When? Mercer. Mm.
It's announcing it when they come in, they're not in yet. Yes?
Okay.
في group of Ramadan in China.
اوكي فاهم بس يعني خلي يبين نفسه خلي
ما عندي info, he just told me about it. I'll double check it. سمع اسمه صلاة, he just have his account here on silent, and then if it popped up,
It's already on silent, don't worry. Work, it's already on silent, don't worry. لا لا too many details, I know what to do, don't worry. I got it. بس أنا بس أبغى silent, that's it. وما عليك. Anthony.
يعني كم ضابط هم؟ طيب اوكي يعني محدود اسمه ضابط بس متفرقين. طيب اوكي مؤتمر أجل عيوني سامع غلط. طيب وتروح ايه ايه أحس إنه تخويف من قدام العالم زائد كف.
There's a possibility of that. مستحيل. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you for attending in this lovely morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to commence in a few minutes. Just for your friendly info, we do have some guests from a certain college, من القيادة والأركان. They'll be entering at the time and we will certainly welcome them, so I don't want anybody to be alarmed. and we will continue this plenary session as usual. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. My name is Nawaf Al-Nafisi, and I will be your MC for today. Welcome to the 4th day of the IAEE International Conference. Today's particular plenary session is going to focus on energy, mobility, and technology. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce our moderator for today, who is Invita Aurora. Invita, in particular, is our program director for infrastructure and transportation at KAPSARC. Her research actually focuses on smart cities, freight mobility, and electrical vehicles. Before joining KAPSARC in 2018 February, she was the managing director and CEO of Innovative Transport Solutions in Delhi, where she was able to manage and conduct over 40 research and planning projects that contributed on city and country level, especially country authorities, as well as contributing with affiliation to funding agencies such as the World Bank, the DFIC, as well as the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Invita as the moderator, and she will introduce the panelists. Invita, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Nawaf, for that introduction. So mobility is a fundamental societal need and a key enabler of economic activity and a significant determinant of energy demand and, by extension, emissions. So in the coming decades, with the population growth, with the aspirations of economic growth, with the rising living standards, particularly in the non-OECD developing countries, there is expected that we'll have an increase of demand in transportation and all the associated energy needs with it. So this necessitates that we develop environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable transportation and energy solutions. And the technological advancements continue to play a very crucial role in creating such solutions. Ongoing development in the transport modes, including land, air, water, and improvements in energy efficiency, alternative vehicle drivetrains and fuels, automation, connectivity, new mobility solutions, and technology-enabled business models have the potential to transform the mobility systems of today radically. So we have a wonderful lineup of experts today on this panel to discuss some of these very complex but very fascinating topics, and it is my honor to have them on stage. If I may start with Andreas. Andreas Schaefer is a professor and chair in the Energy and Transport and a director of the Air Transportation Systems Laboratory, the University College of London Energy Institute. And previously, he's worked with the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University, University of Cambridge, and the list goes on. And he holds a MSc in Aerospace Engineering and a PhD in Energy Systems Analysis. Andreas? May I have you on stage? Then we have Dr. Geetam Tiwari, who is a Ministry of Urban Development chair and a professor of transport planning at the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Delhi, which is incidentally my alma mater. She's obtained a master's in urban planning and policy and a PhD in transport planning and policy from the University of Illinois, Chicago, and also a degree of Doctor of Technology honoris causa from the Chalmers University of Technology in Sweden, where she's also a guest professor of sustainable urban transport. She's very well known internationally for her work in the area of traffic and transport planning, traffic safety, with a focus on pedestrian, bicycles, and bus systems. Geetam, may I have you on stage? And then we have all the way from Argentina, Gerardo Rabinovich, who's the director of the Mendoza Energy Company, EMESA, and he's an industrial engineer from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, and from the Energy Economics Institute, with the University of Social Sciences in Grenoble, France. He's the vice president of the Argentine Institute of Energy, and I believe he has a long-standing association with the IAEE. Welcome, Gerardo. We also have with us from the World Bank, Radoslaw Sabisky. We all know him as Rado, you know. So he's the Senior Infrastructure and Transport Specialist at the World Bank and the Program Manager for the GRSF Multi-Donor Trust Funds. And he has over 25 years of experience in large infrastructure investments, technical assistance to consulting projects. And he's been involved with a variety of projects in the transport sector, focusing on road safety, railways, urban infrastructure, transport services. And during his professional career, he's been managing and contributing to numerous global and regional country-specific studies, advisory, and technical assistance projects, particularly in Europe and Central Asia. Welcome, Gerardo, on the stage. And last but not the least, our keynote presenter for the day, Dr. Amer A. Amer. You've got 3 A's in your name, so I'm sure we are going to have a fantastic presentation. He's the Transport Chief Technologist of Aramco, the Saudi Aramco, with over 25 years of a very broad experience in transport and oil industries and academia. Dr. Amer brings a successful track record of mobilizing a significant number of global stakeholders around the world, and with a mix of transport solutions and energy vectors. And he spent the earlier part of his career with the automotive industry as an engine development specialist, and I think you'll see a flavor of that in his presentations also. He has co-authored many journal articles and patents. Amer, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. And thank you very much, Anvita, for the kind introduction. So Anvita touched a little bit on the fact that there is going to be significant increase in demand, energy demand that is globally. And of course, this is happening from non-OECD countries. And ultimately, we're looking at making sure that we're getting more energy, but with low emissions. So that's a big challenge for us. And my intent today is really to share with you some few slides here that hopefully will seed the discussion during the panel conversation that we have to afterwards. So let me get started. So again, given the fact that the demand of energy is increasing, and as I said, we're aiming to do that with less emissions, this is a look at basically the energy landscape as we speak, give or take a few months here. And the fact is, you know, the transport industry has been heavily dependent on oil. And not only that, but if you look at this very carefully, you will see that conventional resources constitute a significant share of the primary energy that goes into a number of sectors, including buildings, industry, and other sectors that use that energy. The one thing that I wanted to highlight as a takeaway is that given that heavy dependence on conventional resources, there is a need for us not only to focus on renewables, but also to look into opportunities that will result in immediate greenhouse gas emission reductions. Unfortunately, to a large extent, the resilience of these conventional technologies is really, you know, sometimes it's really overlooked. Not only that, but also the potential for greenhouse gas reduction associated with these types of conventional technologies needs to be taken into considerations when we move or when we transition from the current status to a future status which will have more renewables. So one thing that I also wanted to point out is the fact that, you know, significant amount or a sizable amount of greenhouse gas emissions are not really abatable or not easily abatable. And what that really means is that there is more need for us to put more effort on technologies and technology development to ensure that we have those technologies that will result in significant greenhouse gas emission reductions. So this brings up the fact that R&D efforts need to be intensified, investment in R&D, but also these technologies would require some time. And ultimately, policy intervention would also be required to ensure that the future will result in something that is quite sustainable and that we transition in an orderly fashion from one status quo to the other. Now, this is another graph here that I wanted to also share, is that when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, we're not only concerned with the newly generated greenhouse gas emissions, but also the existing greenhouse gas emissions. And that brings an important point, is that our focus should be on reducing both and eliminating, and reducing those greenhouse gas emissions quite significantly. And in fact, when we look at it, the amount of, or the approach to actually combine the reduction and removal of greenhouse gas emissions is the most effective way economically even. And the number that I have here is based on some internal assessment that we have done within the company, but also builds on studies by others, which basically estimates about $6 trillion savings globally by taking into account removal as well as reduction technologies to make sure that you have a big impact on greenhouse gas emissions. History matters. This is another slide here that talks about the dependence of transport on oil. And as you can see, 91% of transport final energy really comes from oil products. And this is only down by 3% since the early 70s. And what this highlights is that we need to put a lot of effort on reducing the environmental impact and making sure that transport is sustainable. We need to start looking at technologies that will result in immediate reductions in greenhouse gas emissions today. We cannot wait until all the technologies to mature and all the transport to be electrified for us to realize the emission reductions. This is not to say that we have to do one or the other. I think the point here is that we need to do both. Electrification of vehicles is something that will impact newly sold or new vehicles essentially. But keep in mind that you have over a billion of vehicles on the road today where they are still emitting greenhouse gas emissions. So improving the technology not only on the engine side, but also on reducing the carbon intensity of fuels that go into these vehicles will result in immediate reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. This slide here is really to show that there is quite a bit of interest or focus on transport. Back in 2030, transport was responsible for about 19% of the greenhouse gas emissions that will help us get to net zero. By 2050, this percentage increased to 27%, meaning that the transport now is receiving more attention, and there is a lot of push for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the transport sector. And there is also a shift, in terms of the specific sectors, from passenger to heavy duty to aviation and shipping. As you can see, due to this growth in energy demand that is happening in non-OECD countries, you're expecting to have significant movement, and that is going to affect freights primarily, which is heavy duty and shipping essentially. But also, that sort of shifts the focus to the hard-to-abate sectors, essentially. Now, so what does that leave us with? There is quite a few potential solutions here. And if we look at the aviation, low-carbon fuels, whether, sustainable aviation fuels, whether they come in bio or synthetic fuels, these are basically the only realistic option. This is not to say that efficiency improvement will stop on engine or routes and all other aspects of improving the operational side of the aviation, but also the fact that to yield some significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, a big knob here is aviation fuels, sustainable aviation fuels, that is. When we talk about shipping, low carbon ammonia is a key potential decarbonization measure. Again, efficiency measures are still there. LNG ships, marine biofuels will continue to be the focus of greenhouse gas emission reductions. When it comes to road transport, we believe that there is a wide number of technologies that would be required to coexist to make sure that you have a sizable reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And this does not only include internal combustion engine or electrified internal combustion engine in the form of hybrid vehicles, but potentially internal combustion engines that run on hydrogen, BEVs, fuel cell electric vehicles, but also low carbon fuels like biofuels as well as synthetic or e-fuels. And of course, you would appreciate the fact that not having a policy in place, especially for road transport, particularly because greenhouse gas emission or carbon intensity reductions that take place on the fuel is not something that is accounted for in the CO2 emissions. So policy intervention is key in this area. The other thing that to keep an eye on is the fact that the biofeedstock availability is limited. There is not abundance of that. Grid decarbonization is another front where some countries are heavily dependent on coal for their power generation. Charging infrastructure, accessibility to charging stations, but also the battery technology is another thing that is still evolving. Now, here's something that we have been working on within the company, and we believe that this is something it is one approach where we feel ultimately could yield significant reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and can address the challenge associated with climate, health, and energy concerns associated with the use of transport fuels globally. So, given the fact that electrification it will grow. I mean, this admittedly will grow, but conventional technology will continue to play an important role. And the fact that decarbonizing transport cannot be achieved without addressing emissions from conventional technology, one path would be to address the efficiency, look into novel combustion modes, but also look into novel engine technologies that will yield significant increases in efficiency that will reduce the CO2 emissions, but also look into the air quality aspects by reducing the criteria pollutant emissions. And ultimately, looking into sustainable low-carbon fuels. The nice thing about low-carbon fuels is the fact that they are true drop-in fuels that can be used in existing vehicles. But ultimately, the world will be looking for high-quality and credible offsets to make sure that you can continue to yield, that you can have affordable mobility while at the same time having significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Here's just some touch points on the role of hybrids. So if we look at some study that we have done internally for China, if you look at the red zone, this is basically where gasoline hybrid electric vehicles are actually better than electric cars. And this is because the southern part, the renewable energy is more commonplace there. So the fact that you have significant dependence on coal, to generate electricity, it depends on which part of the country you deploy that technology. In some cases, a gasoline engine will actually, be better from a greenhouse gas emissions. If you look at the right-hand side, the question is always, or comes in the form of, if I have a limited amount of battery capacity. How do I use that most effectively? Do I put large batteries in big cars? Or do I take that same battery and split it across number of cars? And this study here points to the fact that the return on, or the effectiveness of the battery actually diminishes with increasing the battery size. So it is better to have hybrid vehicles with increasing level of electrification, and that will give you a better outcome from a greenhouse gas emission, but also will give you a better utilization of an important resource that we have globally, which is the precious metals that are used to make these kinds of batteries. Hydrogen is also part of the story. And this graph on the left-hand side really points to one fact, which is green will grow over time. And we see significant growth in that domain, and we see significant plans and announcements by countries, companies, to make more and more hydrogen. However, the demand, the projected demand based on what's out there is not going to be sufficient. Blue hydrogen will continue to play a role. And that will come across different sectors. Some of those are hard to abate sectors when it comes to transport. One thing that is quite interesting is when you talk about hydrogen, there are opportunities to use hydrogen directly in an internal combustion engine. And that will give you significant reduction in the after-treatment cost for the engine. And this is because you're shifting the treatment of a wide range of pollutants to simply NOx, which is something that you know how to deal with. But not only that, using an engine like this will give the opportunity for manufacturers to leverage their existing manufacturing capacity. This is very critical for them, for the auto industry, because a plant, a manufacturing plant costs an automaker about $1 billion. $1 billion for the auto industry is nothing to speak of, but for the oil industry, it's a significant amount of sum. So essentially, there is significant interest to use an existing platform over and over. So if you have an opportunity to have an engine that can run on a wide range of fuels, or a fuel agnostic engine, like what Cummins, for example, has been talking about, there is a great opportunity to have significant savings for the automaker, while at the same time providing a solution that gives you significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, which is what H2ICE engine is all about. Of course, another thing, I talked earlier about direct, credible and abundant CO2 removal from the atmosphere that can help in offsetting. And this here shows that, there is significant growing interest in looking into direct air captures. And there has been a number of announcements by a number of companies, including Saudi Aramco, that is working on direct air capture. We're aiming to bring the cost of this technology to less than $100 per ton of CO2. To put this in perspective, what this really means is that you're putting about $40 per barrel on top of the price, which if you think of the shale oil price, which is about $70, that brings the oil, the barrel of oil, the cost for a barrel of oil to about 110. So this is not extremely significant. But it's one of the things that we've been putting a lot of effort to mature this technology on the material side, and we're trying to demonstrate this technology with a number of players, and taking the price from anywhere between $500 to $700 per ton CO2 today to less than $100 per ton of CO2 sequestered under the ground, which is the objective that we have within the company, is a significant task. But we're quite determined and we're quite confident that we're going to get there. So let me share a few takeaways here before I close. That was too quick. Okay. So the point here that I'm trying to make is that the essential role of conventional energy in general, albeit with lower emissions, working alongside alternatives to allow for these alternatives to mature from a technology readiness standpoint is very critical to make sure that we deliver on the net zero ambitions in the future without really looking at, at energy in a holistic way. We'll not be able to achieve net zero ambitions. And extending greenhouse gas emission mitigation scope from reduction to removal is quite important, whether it's in the CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, or in direct air capture. All of these technologies are required to make sure that you really not only looking into reducing the newly generated greenhouse gas emissions, but also what exists in the atmosphere today. And of course, the idea is really that technology agnostic measures will really give you the lasting reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Picking winners early on in the game is not going to help. Ultimately, we have to make sure that we have a wide range of solutions in a number of technologies that will be deployed in a various number of sectors depending on their fit and suitability for that sector. But also timing is important, because if you don't start today, you're not dealing with the CO2 that already exists in the atmosphere, and you're sort of pushing that, pushing the bucket, the puck down the road. And then ideally you would like to have a portfolio of technology options, but also some technology enablers. Think about hydrogen and think about hydrogen storage on board vehicles and the technologies associated with that, safety, and so on. All of these have to come to the forefront to make sure that you have, you are quite, working very hard on reducing greenhouse gas emissions across the board. And of course, again, existing and newly created emissions need to be eliminated. And without having a technology agnostic approach, without looking at all options, without starting today and understanding that there is a role that conventional energies can play a significant role in enabling an orderly transition in the future, our ability to meet these net zero ambition is going to be severely hampered. With that, I conclude my seed slides here for the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amir. I think that was fascinating and really helped us to set the context to the conversation that we want to have. And I think one of the key things that you mentioned that I want to open up to the panel is that there's a huge amount of research that the industry and the research centers are doing in response to a lot of the climate agreements, the net zero targets. And I've always seen these two kind of pathways that are taken by policymakers So one pathway is always, it's a very prescriptive pathway with a regulated future where you say, okay, there's electric vehicles, there's hydrogen, there's synthetic fuels. So we have this set of things which are our pathways. And I admit, as a transport modeler, it's much easier if you tell me what I want to model, so I can prescribe, how this will lead us to our net zero targets. But the other one, which you've pointed out, and I think is more interesting, is a more technology agnostic, a more innovation-based pathways where you're showcasing that there is so much that is happening, but so much more will happen. Right? And I think if we say look at 2050 or a 2060 or a 2070 net zero, we don't know what will come, what kind of disruptions can come, how much more research can be there. So if we all agree that there is one end game, that we have to reduce the emission and reach to these targets, what paths, what road we take to Rome could be many different roads. So out of these two pathways, and I know that there are, we have World Bank experts and people from the city and academics around the table. It'd be interesting to get everybody's take on, how you see these technologies Or should we look at a more technology agnostic pathway, or should we look at a more prescriptive, or is it easier for an orderly transition? Is it better to have regulations and a formula in place? Sorado, if I can start with you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very legitimate question, but let me start by thanking you for inviting me here. It's a great opportunity to contribute to the discussion. The dilemma that you have just described, Anvita, is clearly a dilemma faced by many governments, and both actually governments of high-income countries and middle-income countries or developing countries. And it is a multi-criteria dilemma. But when it comes to the World Bank policy in this respect and advice that we give to the regulators, to policymakers, to public authorities, we try to convince them that it's better to be more of an agnostic in approaching technologies and just set targets, set KPIs for different aspects of transition, because we are surrounded by transitions in practically every sector, every important aspect of change in our mobility patterns, in coming or starting from technologies through behavioral aspects, needs, and some sort of fashions in mobility. There are generational differences in approaching mobility. There is a lot of research going on by both private sector and academia. So things are changing fast. And locking ourselves in some solutions by regulating strictly may be dangerous, may be costly ultimately. But back to other voices.
Geetam, may I have your take on that? Yeah.
So, yes, thank you, Anvita. And I would also like to start by thanking you and KAPSARC for giving me this opportunity today. It's been wonderful last 3 days. I would like to start by pointing out a couple of things that we are talking about transport sector and especially mobility. And I think it's very important to understand technology obviously has a very, very important role to play in current challenges that we are facing. But transport is all about creating systems. Technology is one important component of that. So when we talk about meeting these increased demands, and especially you also showed that how increasing demands are going to be in low and middle income countries, the demand is different. The demand will increase differently in different sectors. And therefore, locking ourselves with one or two technologies obviously is not a good idea. And I think you also pointed to that. But when we are talking about creating transport systems, investing only in technology or relying only on technology innovation may not be the answer either. Because many innovations happen because of setting targets by governments, regulators are required. So a judicial mix of both is required. And if I can just give a quick example that, all technologies that we are talking about is addressing about, let's say in the best case scenario, 60% of our trips. 30 to 40% of trips in low and middle income countries are low carbon without technology. These are walking and bicycle trips. So for 60%, we have to invest in all these technologies. And the system, the regulation will ensure, the policy intervention will ensure whether we are talking about addressing, taking help of technologies to address, let's say 40% of the trips or 60% of the trips. That will make a huge difference. So in the end, I would say that we do need a judicial mix of the two. Lot of innovation will happen because of appropriate regulations. But we have to be technology agnostic. And just like in safety, we have a set vision zero for future. So here we have net zero vision for carbon emissions. That's a very laudable vision, and we have to work hard to get to it. So we have to do a lot of backcasting. So let me stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Geetam. Gerardo.
Thank you, Anvita, and thank you for the invitation. The organizers, thank you for giving me the opportunity to transmit our works in our region, in South America. We, in the last years, working on a project called Enabling Conditions for Investment in the Transition to a Low-Carbon Society in LATAM, with focus in Argentina, Brazil, and Peru. The goal was provide evidence for necessary policy reform and contribute to map out the conditions that may result in the decarbonization of all the sectors of the economy. The financial flows had to be consistent with the requirement of low carbon pathways. Prioritization criteria for project selection was greatest contribution to reduce emissions, capacity to transform social and consumer behaviors, and technical, economic, and financial feasibility. Very important. We find a set of options. Electrify the largest possible amount of energy, final energy consumption in the sectors with higher carbon intensity. Decarbonize the power generation, decarbonize the grid, reduce the energy intensity, and replace with innovative solutions everything the other consumptions that cannot be electrified, hydrogen, biofuels, etc. Then we propose a number of actions and the development of electric vehicles, of the EV solution in big cities like in our region meet all the requirements. We, as usual now, developed a model for net zero emission 2015 for Argentina to see how it had to be achieved that goal. What we need to make. Today in the country we have 14 million of cars, but less than 200 are EV. We start from zero. The estimations of growth are 2.5% by year. And we estimate for 2030 a share of 12%. That means 2.4 million cars, and 75 in 2015, near 18.5. We have 25% solutions for other technologies. Capital requirements, well, from now until 2030, $7.4 billion a year. The next decade, $54 billion a year, and next, near $100 billion a year to transform the sector. About main cost for this solution is in the range that Amer showed, $330 million for ton of CO2 avoided. That's impossible, maybe. But we not find another solutions now available in the short term. That the anthem of our generation, imagine there is not ICE in the transport road in the future, it's the challenge.
Thank you, Gerardo. Andres.
Thanks, Anvita, and of course I also start with thanking you for having me here. In answering your question, I believe I would suggest it depends. I mean, normally you would think you don't want to constrain the brilliant minds of engineers, whether in industry, at Aramco or other places, whether at research institutions or universities, but in order to find the most creative and elegant solution. On the other hand, there may be markets in which regulation makes sense just to exploit economies of scale and in which there are not many alternatives. So, but in general, I would tend to the former. Now in aviation, that's what I've been working on intensively over the last 20 years or so. A key question is, what is the silver bullet? Or if there's something that comes closest to the silver bullet, and Amar mentioned it, it's the fuels part, because if fuel efficiency improvements are going to happen anyway, because the market forces exist in order to implement fuel-saving technology, whether it's on the aircraft, whether it's air traffic management systems, or whether these are operational measures. But these are not sufficient to bend down the curve because of the demand growth. Then the question is, what fuels have you got available? Well, there are synthetic liquid hydrocarbons, and you can get very close to net zero, whether they're biomass-based or hydrogen-based with atmospheric CO2, and you presented all the opportunities there. Or the alternative is direct use of liquid hydrogen. And then would you invest only in one of them? Well, of course not, because we don't know yet which path to pursue. And if you look at different actors, whether it's different countries, different industries, some of them have a very strong opinions, or surprisingly strong opinions, and you ask them for the underlying reasons, and some of those are surprising, I would suggest. My personal perception is, if you really want to go towards direct use of liquid hydrogen, well, you need to have very good reasons for it, because it's a major infrastructure transformation, very capital intensive. And the only reason I can think about is the non-CO2 part, which is in the size, of climate forcing, roughly comparable to CO2 in aviation. Yeah. And if it turns out that through the direct use of hydrogen, you have more flexibility of influencing NOx, which is very likely, and also cirrus, or let's say contrails and their transformation to cirrus clouds, then that's a very good argument for making this extra step.
I think that brings a fascinating perspective. And Amir, I'm going to put you on the spot because, you must have presented a lot of these innovations and technologies and these options to different policymakers and governments and industry. What has been their response to something like this?
Well, is this working?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most of our communication and engagements have been with the industry, with our colleagues, but also from the global energy industry, but also given the fact that we are, as a company, not in the business of making cars and engines, our direct connection has been with automakers. And what we hear from automakers is they fully understand the limitations and the policy push behind battery electric vehicles. And many of them, if not most, are keeping their options open. And we have, and the fact is, they still have a number of engine programs in-house. And they also understand that the demand is happening on the other side of the world, where the electricity is not fully decarbonized and so on and so forth. So what we see is that these automakers have a wide portfolio, and they continue to have significant effort behind developing innovative combustion technologies and innovative hybridization and dedicated hybrid type engines, while at the same time they look into electrification and so on. One of our recent discussions that we had with the CEO of a major company in Europe was the fact that automakers currently are not making any profit on any EV that they're selling in the market. And they understand that this is going to take some time. And if they continue with 100% electrification, first of all, they cannot electrify the entire fleet, because there are some smaller cars for some specific markets that where you cannot electrify. The cost will be prohibitive for people to buy. And the other thing is that other vehicles are not very well suited because of battery size, for electrification. So they're keeping their options open. They continue to work on internal combustion engines. We have a number of joint development agreements with a number of automakers that aim at introducing these technologies in the coming years. Some technologies are keeping their options open in the sense of really having a common engine platform where they change the top part of the engine depending on the fuel. So the bottom part, which is the most expensive, is something that can run any kind of fuel, whether it's liquid or gas. And the top part will change as you basically change the gas. So some innovation is still happening. Some companies are pushing a lot of behind hydrogen, and they're looking into hydrogen as a bridging strategy, putting that into an internal combustion engine, given the fact that the purity level for that hydrogen is significantly lower than what you would require for a fuel cell. So we see acceptance of the policy push, but at the same time we see quite a bit of effort that continues to happen. A few days ago, GM announced a new engine. Even though this is one of the companies that said we are all about electric, they just announced a program, $1 billion investment in a large engine, which is usually a gas guzzler. So that's quite interesting. But I think, in my humble view, I see that as you have more and more models that are electrified, people will understand the limitations of this technology and the fit. There is no doubt that in city centers like where you have highly populated, there is no doubt that electric vehicle will result in immediate improvement in air quality. There is absolutely no doubt, and there is a great fit there. But in other places, the cost, the technology, the infrastructure, all of that is still evolving. And as you introduce more and more technologies, I think people will realize the limitations, and there's going to be a resurgence of the need for conventional energies that will bridge the gap until these other technologies mature.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amir. And I want to kind of shift a little bit and pick up something, Geetam, on what you pointed out earlier. If we zoom out of the technologies and we stop focusing on only carbon, and as you said, transportation is a systems thing, and there is much more, and there is much more to sustainability than just reducing carbon. If we can talk a little bit more about, the economic and the social and the other aspects of bringing in sustainability if we move out of the carbon. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand that we know that most countries have actually accepted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals which has been set out by UN. And out of these 17, 7 are directly related to transport and 5 are indirectly related to transport. So almost more than 50% have something or the other to do with transport. And it's important because, after all, it is about overall sustainable development, and technology is going to play an important role there. So I see that many times there are synergies with low carbon transport technologies, but there are also conflicts with some of the sustainable development goals that we are seeing. For example, goal 3.6 is about reducing number of traffic deaths by 50% globally by 2030. So now I'll give you an example from India, or let's say it is applicable to actually India and all of most of African continent also, where mobility is growing not because of cars, but mostly because of two-wheelers, motorized two-wheelers. Motorized two-wheelers have a very good option of switching to electric. It's a small battery, and it's happening in countries like India and many other Asian countries very fast. because it's so easy. You can even go for battery swapping even if the charging infrastructure is not there. So this is all great. And obviously 70% of our fleet is two-wheelers, so we are going to see a lot of pollution benefits also. What happens to goal 3.6? Two-wheeler has the highest risk. The only protection you have is helmet. That is only 30% effective. So with increasing clean fleet of two-wheelers, we expect to see more number of people getting killed on our roads. So there is a conflict here. Yep. Because you want to reduce carbon, but you also want to improve safety. But there are, on the other hand, synergies. You look at goal 11.2, it talks about accessible public transport systems. There you have win-win for both. And many of our countries, including India, we have a very strong program for having electrifying buses. But now I want to pick up on something you just now said, which is so important, that electric buses, there are a lot of unknowns right now. We don't know in long term how it's going to perform. So instead of straight away going for 100%, emphasizing on 100% conversion to electric, we have to go slowly, understand all the barriers and problems that we are going to face, and we have to keep on solving that through new innovation and R&D. So I would say that eventually we have to place low carbon in the context of, and there are whole 3.6, 3.9, 11.2, it all talks about many other aspects which are equally important for all our cities and all countries. So it's important to see where we have strong synergies and where we have conflicts. So I would say emphasize on synergies.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that, Geetam. Andras, have you seen, in the aviation sector specifically, with all the push for the technological advancements, have you seen any kind of unintended consequences of some of these technological advancements?
Well, there are positive and negative unintended consequences, let's say like that. So a positive one, and Amar mentioned it, is local air quality, which is, until recently, has been in addition to noise, aircraft noise, was the binding constraint for airport capacity expansions, NOx emissions and particulates.
Yeah. And
to whatever fuel, synthetic fuel you move to, you get improvements, particularly, of course, with direct use of hydrogen. And a perhaps unintended consequence is, but it's one that can be expected, I suppose, is, so we said fuel efficiency improvements are going to happen anyway, and then you move towards one of these synthetic fuels, and they're, of course, more expensive than if you get crude oil out of the well, which requires very little processing. So there will be an increase in fuel costs, and airlines have to pass that somehow on in some form to the passengers, so the airfare will increase. This results in a demand drop, of course, which from a CO2 mitigation perspective is a welcome opportunity, because you don't have to push these more expensive technologies into the system to the extent you would have to otherwise in the absence of these demand drops. But the increase in airfare, of course, is something that would make this concentrated activity of flying, which mainly the higher income groups enjoy, even more concentrated. So based on our simulations, and we just published a paper jointly with colleagues at MIT and Imperial College London in a journal called Nature Climate Change, in which we looked at the cost and emissions pathways of aviation towards net zero climate impacts, not CO2 impacts. So our analysis suggests that the increase in airfare would be around 10 to 15% if you make this transition, using actually similar numbers as you presented in terms of carbon capture costs of below 100 tons of CO2 in the long term. So it's not a game changer. Aviation continues to grow, not at the same rate as before, but not much smaller. But the increase in airfare will not provide increasing access to those who already were disadvantaged. Another potential unintended consequence I can think about is the is the attempt to achieve some of these targets that have been articulated by Joe Biden, for example, the 3 billion gallons of synthetic aviation fuel by 2030, or the World Economic Forum's Clean Sky Initiative of supplying 10% of the aviation fuel globally in 2030 through so-called sustainable aviation fuels. And they should actually be called more sustainable aviation fuels, but anyway, that's a separate conversation. The challenge here I see, or the danger I see, is there's only virtually one technology, readiness level 9 technology available, so that's commercially available, and these are hydrogenated vegetable oils. This is what Nestle produces, Sky Energy and the like. This can be done today and is being done, and you can scale it up to around 10%, and here we are, so that target may actually have been set in understanding that that's the size of this market, of this fuel. Now the challenge is, if you want to move towards net zero, then you can think about having two straight lines. One goes from today to 2030 with an increase of around 10%, but then the other straight line is like this, because in 2050 you need to cover the entire market with these fuels. But this technology is not scalable. So you need to invest in the scalable ones at the same time. And it is being done, but probably not at the rate as it should be. So power to liquids, direct use of liquid hydrogen and so forth. These technologies must be market ready and deployable at scale in 2030. And that's a big challenge. And I may know too little, I don't know. But it seems that there's too little research going on in these complementary but highly significant alternatives, not alternatives, complements to hydrogenated vegetable oils.
Yeah, thank you for that. Before I go further, ladies and gentlemen, there should be a QR code up here for questions that the audience can ask. I can see already a couple of questions had come in. But please continue with your questions. We'll take them after we close with the panel, and I have a couple of more questions. But Rado, just coming back to the technological advancement, there are consequences of the technological advancement. What is your experience with the different countries? How have they created an enabling environment for the adoption of these technologies, and then how are they monitoring these unintended consequences?
These are very important aspects, particularly in the transition period where you have emerging technologies, emerging new business models, how to make them, how to try them in practice and how to make them attractive, how to demonstrate that they are useful and they contribute to achieve our objectives. And there are obviously roles to be played by both key sectors of the socio-economic life, which is public sector, government, municipal governments, and private sector. Both of these segments of our life can create some sort of mechanisms that will give chance to new technologies to mature and to be tested. And actually, there are different mechanisms. There are technological labs that both private, big players, private sector, commercial players establish and nourish and invite startups, invite new ideas to develop, to mature. And there are some kind of sandboxes on the public sector side sometimes where you, on one hand, give umbrella coverage to new business models, to applying new technologies in practical daily life, and you give coverage because in some places regulatory regimes clearly do not follow sufficiently quickly the developments, and actually, if taken literally, may prevent development of new modes of mobility. The example is electric scooters. In some places where there is no regulation whatsoever, any business that would like to put scooters in the streets in the city could have dozens of inspectors coming, asking, have you certified your vehicles? Well, there's no procedure for this. How have you assured security of users? well, there's no insurance mechanism that we can use. So this kind of sandbox process gives an umbrella to those kinds of new business models to be tried, legally tried in the environment, and then by monitoring the results, both intended or foreseen and unintended consequences, communicating this very openly to market players, and reporting back what were the results of these kinds of trials. I cannot underline strongly enough that communication is crucial here. Yeah. Transparent communication, and that's where the research community comes into play as well, because there is a role for researchers to analyze objectively and present to general public and decision makers all of these consequences, to what degree the solutions contribute to our KPIs, and what can be improved.
Well, that's fascinating, and that gets me back to Gerardo, because you are working with the country, with the cities, and I think for developing countries have limited resources, right? They have to start prioritizing what should we focus on. Then they have to develop these systems, as Rado had said, around regulations around it, the monitoring protocol. Then they have to do the communications to ensure that people know what to do. So again, it is a systemic intervention that needs to be done. So how are you prioritizing some of these initiatives that will lead to a more sustainable transport future?
Well, communicate is very important, or to the policymakers, but we need big reforms in not only the transport sector, in the economy at whole. We find very important technical barriers. Implement new solutions take time. And we have deadlines that are near from us. We need to planify the new infrastructure, the new grids, the new electrical and church infrastructure, and it needs hard investment too. We have economic barriers all over for the electric vehicles, because the price of an electric vehicle for the people is 50% more than an ICE. And that needs fiscal incentive and maybe subsidies to push the penetration of the technology in the market. In our countries too, we have high financial barriers because we have weak markets, weak financial markets, right. And the consumer leader, the loan access at low rate of loans, it's very critical, very critical. And finally, but not least, we find very important regulatory and institution barriers. New regulatory framework to overcome the social opposition, the union oppositions, because we put in new business model in the electric sector, new business model in the car industry, in infrastructure of charge, and well, it's very, it's very complex operation, and we need to communicate to overcome these important barriers.
Yeah, I think that's really important, looking at the barriers and then figuring out how to go across them. There's a very interesting question that has come from the audience, Amir, that I want to take up before I take up one of my other questions that I have. And that's a conversation between electrical cars versus hydrogen cars. You know, it's saying that a lot of economies which are transitioning now to a different, adopting different technologies, instead of going for electrical cars, can go to hydrogen cars, you know, just leapfrog over the electrical cars. So it's a question from the audience. I don't know how you want to take that.
I guess I think they have, both have roles to play.
Right.
And if I were to paint a future, you know, I would want to use battery electric vehicle or the battery electric capacity to power as many cars as possible to make sure that I have the biggest impact on greenhouse gas emissions with increased level of electrification through hybridization. But I also, depending on some of the needs for some of the applications, fuel cell make a lot of sense because in assuming that, you know, that the cost goes down, because right now the cost is quite prohibitive. So as the cost comes down, they will make sense for very large trucks, for example.
Right.
And that's where, so depending on which sector and the cost of the technology, the total cost of ownership also comes into play. So it's not really, it's either or. I think both technologies have a role to play depending on which sector, which country, which infrastructure, and what, you know, what model you have for the total cost of ownership. And I believe that they will both play a role in the future. So I don't think there is, you know, competition per se. Right now, you know, fuel cells are quite heavy. You know, when Toyota made the Mirai, it was about $120,000. The first Mirais that they have made. This is very significant. It is affordable by a small section or smaller group of people. And the technology cost has come down significantly since that time. And I expect that, you know, with more advancement in technology, this will come even further down. So it's a total cost of ownership towards the end of the day is how you can judge.
Thank you very much for that, Amir, and I hope the questions answer. Rado, I wanted to come back to you on, you know, there's a point you made about business models. And in fact, in one of our earlier discussions when we were, you know, I have to tell the audience, we had a panel discussion before we had a panel discussion, when we all met together and we were talking about, you know, some of these issues. So you said that technological models need to be converted to business models, and you raised that point in your earlier conversation also. So what's your experience with the World Bank on that? How are you supporting the cities to do that? Is that something that is, you know, a part of your capacity building? How is that being addressed?
It is obviously a complex task, and I mentioned already some mechanisms, but I wanted also to mention the leading by example schemes that are useful in many respects. And not so much talking about business models per se, but kind of indirect support to new products, new technological solutions, and indirectly supporting new business models as well. Because cities, for example, cities introduce more and more of eco modes of mobility. I mentioned the example of electric scooters, but there are bike for rent schemes in most of big cities where you make convenient last mile solution accessible to general public, to wider population, and handy. And this comes with business models because these are private sector providers who are providing these kinds of services. So basically these rent-a-bicycle schemes are run by the private sector, but upon request, after sort of transparent tendering process, invited by the public sector management. And similarly, a lot of public services uses, for example, a lot of public services use vehicles. We should, and we convince public sector partners that they should order vehicles that are fulfilling higher emission standards, emission requirements in a sense of reducing emissions, switching their fleet more to greener fleet, and demonstrating effects and reporting back the effects, using it also for sort of promoting these new modes. So that's what I call leading by example.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And so I think there's a last round of questions that I want to ask, because I think this is really critical and we need to close with that. You know, it's the million-dollar question. Yes, we know we need more energy-efficient transport. Yes, we know we have to reduce carbon, and we know how to do this. So we've got all the technological options. We've got a whole basket of solutions in place. Where is the money coming from? I think that's the big question. Where should it come from? Who should be investing in it? And we've seen a lot with the work with the subsidies on EVs and things like that. Can consumers make better choices without the sticks? And can an industry make better choices without the stick and carrots? Can we just make better choices towards a sustainable future? What does it take to invest in something like that? And Amir, maybe I want to start with you and come back to Rana.
Well, I think it's the chicken and the egg. Which one needs to come first? I think investors will not put any money without any policy, without any view or vision that this will, materialize in money, because that's what they're interested in. So I think there has to be sort of hand in hand, and initially there has to be some government intervention to introduce some incentivizing vehicles to make sure that these technologies are going to be kicked off. Because it's not going to happen. The investors alone cannot do it. The automakers or the technology developers are not going to be able to work alone and put a technology in the market that nobody is willing to buy because it's quite expensive.
Yeah.
If you look at the, I go back, with Toyota when they introduced their, hybrid, the Prius hybrid vehicle way back in the 90s. They lost money, about $8,000 on each and every vehicle that they have sold. But their intent was really to incentivize the market. Eventually, they opened up all the patent portfolio for everybody to basically start making hybrid vehicles. Some other opportunities lie in some direct government intervention to create and catalyze a market and create some funds that will bridge the gap between the cost, between the demand and the supply, essentially, what people are willing to pay versus what the technology really costs. And then policymakers, they have, in my view, ultimately we shouldn't be regulating technology. They should be regulating emissions and allow for technology to compete on a level playing field and provide the incentives to do that, or the mechanisms and vehicles to do that. Investors will come to the table because there is something in it for them. Then the technology developers will see the value and then take the cost down and do what they're very good at. Without all of these coming together, it's not something that could materialize in something that will make a big impact, I think.
Yeah, Andres, the aviation sector is the most super regulated and the hard to abate sector. So what's your perspective on this then?
Amir is continuing to preempt my messages here.
I cheated, huh?
Well, as you said, there needs to be a business case. Without business case, there won't be any investments. And so that's the role of the government. That's exactly what you alluded to. And again, these synthetic fuels are more expensive than the ones you can get out of the ground. So you're always in a disadvantage. And so there needs to be a mechanism in order to make them, put them on a level playing field, whether it's a carbon tax, whether subsidies, which of course is not a long-term solution, or the like. Now, getting investors aligned once there is a business case shouldn't be any problem. I believe the global amount of equity and debt financing is $400 trillion or so. And we are talking in the aviation sector of required investments of around $2.5 trillion. So it's 0.5%. That shouldn't be a big deal. And interestingly, and that's maybe also an unintended consequence, most of the investments would actually go in power generation, not in the aviation sector, because you need half of the current capacity, or let's say production, that's a better metric, added in terms of renewable electricity by 2050. So it's a massive, massive investment. But again, if there's a business case, investors come. And recently there was a Guardian article that suggested that the profits of the oil industry over the last 50 years were $3 billion per day. And then you compare this to the 2 to 2.5 trillion, that's peanuts in comparison. So again, a business case through policy, and the investors will come. Now that's also easier said than done, because aviation is a global sector. You need to push it through the ICAO and all these committees. It's not impossible.
Yes, Gerardo.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, oh, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, you know, even when you talk about, for example, synthetic fuels, of course, make sense in where renewable energy is abundant and hydrogen production is very cost-effective or low. Areas like Saudi Arabia, like Australia, like Chile are very ideal places to make that. But eventually, who takes credit for the CO2 savings? And whether making blue products, and in my view, we should be colorblind when it comes to those energy carriers, whether it's ammonia or hydrogen. But ultimately, how do you take credit and how do you transfer credit to the consumer towards the end of the day is part of the policy that needs to be cater for that. Otherwise, you know, regardless of how much you incentivize that, if the credit stays with somebody and you don't get it, then you haven't achieved your scope 3 emissions or 1 and 2 emissions and so on.
Yeah.
So that's just to complement maybe what Anders was.
That's an important, very important point.
Yeah.
I think. Yes, Gerardo.
Well, I think that I saw a mix of technologies for transform the transportation sector. But I think that the big car companies choose the technology of electric vehicles. Tesla, Volkswagen, Ford, General Motors, and the reduce the emission is mandatory for the next years. We are, in the case of our countries, the world have commitments by country in the NDCs, in the Paris Agreement. And I think that the big contribution to reduce emissions is transform the transportation sector in the big cities. It's massive, they need massive investments, but two kinds of investment. The private investment, the driver and the car companies, and the public investment for the infrastructure that it may be public investment with the private sector too. But the technology is in place and is possible. For the public transport, for instance, in some countries we have the possibility to put the biofuels. In my country we have a very important production of biofuels to replace oil products. Hydrogen is not a technology mature, but it can be quickly implemented in new solutions, but in the longer term. Yeah. We have steps to hide. And the liquid fuels in the long distance heavy trucks, duty heavy trucks, could be substituted by natural gas with LNG and natural gas compressed for the short distance. And I think we have, as I said, Amer, we have a mix of technologies in different stages that could be implemented. The oil and the natural gas will have an important role in the transition, and we can discuss any technology and know how implement the solutions for the most important goal, that is reduce emissions.
Right. Thank you, Gerardo. Ethan, what are the levers that would make this change then?
I mean, I think I want to raise another important aspect, because we all have talked about importance of government regulations. That is how the markets get created for new technologies. That's absolutely important. But again, if I look at transport sector, creating markets for technology may be a necessary condition, but not sufficient conditions to meet our net zero targets. And this is especially true, I guess, everywhere, but definitely true for low and middle income countries, where, as I said in the beginning, majority trips continue to be walking and bicycling and public transport. So new technology bus, biofuel or electric, whichever efficient technology, low carbon, if it gets stuck in congestion, I'm not going to use it. So we have to go beyond technology. We have to have regulations and policies that a new clean bus can move without getting stuck in congestion. It is also important to understand that one has to walk to a bus stop. You have to access a bus stop. If my walking environment is not safe, I'm not going to use bus. And also, so when I see the current debate and discussions and where country budgets are going, and Indian Parliament has just discussed the new budget, there is a lot of emphasis on green technology, green budget they call it. But my disappointment is, where are we talking about creating infrastructure for public transport, and majority public transport in cities will continue to be bus-based. Metro is important. It's excellent for long trips. If majority trips are going to be shorter trips, we have to rely on buses. So unless we do this policy intervention to create, I would say, a conducive or commuter-friendly environment to use a public transport, technology alone will not solve the problem. So I would say we really, really have to emphasize on seriously considering how we retain, and in future, 2030 or 2050, at least 30 to 40% trips which are outside vehicles. Yep. Unless we do that, I think it's going to be very difficult to meet any net zero scenario. And forget, just one last point. It's not, again, just about air pollution or local or global. Health benefits. There are umpteen studies which show that your impact on cardiovascular diseases, cerebrovascular diseases, Alzheimer's, we cannot solve by clean vehicles. I think through evolutionary processes, we are designed for walking. So unless we have, and I really, there are so many young people sitting here, I would like to ask them this question: what is your vision in 2030? You wake up in the morning, would you like to see 16-lane corridors in cities full of clean cars? Or would you rather see blue sky, people walking, and children happily walking to school? It's your vision that will dictate what happens in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Geetam. I think it is a very important perspective to bring transport back to the systems and the fact that we are not an island in the large scape of human living. Rado, any last thoughts on that? Yeah.
I only wanted to re-emphasize that this famous rule of 10,000 steps a day, we have to follow it. We have to do it daily. And actually, we haven't touched this topic. I'm very supportive of this approach. And whatever the World Bank is doing in supporting public partners, we try to do it comprehensively, precisely, try to assure that, first of all, people have most of daily services, including their workplaces, within 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes of walking or combined walking, cycling, and friendly modes of transport, rather than commuting from one end of the city to the other. For these longer distances, we are promoting public transport options and investing World Bank money and incentivizing governments and municipal partners to invest in mass transport modes, where technology plays great role and where many of those newer, innovative technological solutions should also be piloted and analyzed. So there is a wide spectrum, but let's think systematically and let's analyze, monitor, and provide feedback on what comes out, what lessons we are learning, to the general public, to specialized professionals.
Thank you for that. And I think this panel has been exceptional in highlighting really the complexity of the challenges when it comes to the transportation sector. The transportation systems are not an island, so we are affected by technology, but also governance, people's choices, temperatures, you know, the way the land use policies are, how far do I have to travel, where do my children go to school, and, you know, so everything affects the mobility choices that are made. And hence, looking at it more from a systemic or ecosystemic perspective and seeing the place of how can we get all of that together to go to a better, more sustainable and green future. You know, so thank you very much to all the panelists for really highlighting that. And before I close, really, I want to mention, ladies and gentlemen, that right after our session, we have a set of concurrent sessions that do a deep dive on some of these issues that have been raised. And I know there are fantastic researchers who are presenting in some of those concurrent sessions. So, you know, you should take these conversations forward in those sessions. But coming back to the panelists, I'm extremely grateful for all of you for coming and this absolutely fascinating discussion that we've had today. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. بس نبي نرحب بضيوفنا اللي جايين ما شاء الله من كلية القيادة والأركان. شكرا لحضوركم على المؤتمر and for attending this very interesting conference. We do have a panel discussion at 11 that will focus on data, models, and simulators to advance energy and climate policy decisions. The first session will be about policy decisions, enabling data availability and gaps. Our moderator will be Sadim Al-Hussein. Thank you.
شوية أحيانا ما يكون سلس.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to KAPSARC and the 44th AIEE International Conference. My name is Sadim Al-Hussein. I'm an economic solutions lead here in KAPSARC, working primarily on data models and simulators. As the title suggests, our session today will focus on data availability, accessibility, and the challenges facing modelers and policymakers. Our experts here serve in different domains as data publishers, aggregators, facilitators, regulators, and consumers. During the session, we will discuss how to advance data availability and improve transparency to arrive at the right data-driven policy decisions. We will highlight the need to a regular, up-to-date, and detailed time series data supplies to models and simulators that will evaluate policy pathways and options. If you allow me, I'll start by highlighting the work that my team here in KAPSARC accomplished during the past 8 years. The solution productization team was formed for the purpose of improving the understanding of energy economics through open data, platforms, and insights. In 2016, we launched KAPSARC Data Portal to host over 1,200 public data sets related to energy, economy, and climate. Critical, granular, and relevant and up-to-date data from over 250 sources is available and open for all in an easy-to-use, machine-readable platform. Data is collected, transformed, and made available to modelers and policymakers to run models and simulators without relying on proprietary data. This session will focus primarily on data. However, we will be hosting another session today at 4 p.m. here in the main hall to take a deep dive look from the models and simulators perspective. With that, please allow me to introduce my panelists today. To my left is Dr. Rolando Fuentes. He is a research professor at E-Gate Business School at Tec de Monterrey. He's also a visiting researcher here in KAPSARC and Oxford Institute of Energy Studies. Rolando's research focuses on innovation in the power sector, a new business and regulatory model for electricity transitions. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Andreas, you saw him in the session previously. Dr. Andreas Schäfer is a professor of energy transport at the UCL Energy Institute, where he is also the director of Air Transportation System Laboratory. Dr. Andreas' advisory role include the UK Airport Commissions, the Aerospace Technology Institute, and the Industry Strategy Challenge on Future Flight, among others. Hello, Dr. Andreas. Najla Deri is the Policy and Awareness Supervisor at the Oil Sustainability Program under the Supreme Committee of Hydrocarbon Materials. She works on raising awareness and building policy strategies to support the utilization of hydrocarbon materials from both an economic and environmental point of view. Hayek Allah, Najla. We have also Omar Basleiman, who is the Director of Data Governance from the Ministry of Energy. Omar is a data management and governance expert with an extensive experience in development and implementation of data solutions for a variety of organizations. Hayak Allah, Omar. Last but not least is Dr. Abdullah Thnayan, the General Director of Spatial and Resources Statistics at the General Authority of Statistics. Dr. Abdullah also is a board member in the National Urban Observatory Council, and before joining the JSTAT, he worked at the National Information Center and the Decision Support Center. Hayak Allah, Dr. Abdullah. In the next few minutes, our speaker will provide us through their opening statement and insight on their achievements, strategies, and action that their organization are undertaking regarding data availability and transparency. They will also share with us some of the major development in technologies related to the transformation of data into the digital world. Thank you all. Please, Rolando, take it away.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Sadim. And when we were planning for this session, Sadim and I were discussing how I, an economist, social scientist, can interact with this, with data scientists. What is the interaction? What is the need for this communication? So in the next few minutes, I will try to take two steps back and try to frame the problem how I see it from the point of my own perspective. So the economics of data are very particular, and data is embedded more and more in our economic activity. So it's important to understand what is the driver of this and how we generate, what is the supply and demand of data, and what are the key economics principles for this. Data is not depletable. It's a not depletable resource, meaning that anyone can use it at the same time. Also, the more data that we have, say, think in terms of economies of scale, the more relevant it is to make analysis, to come up with new ideas, etc. But it is also an externality, a positive one. And therefore, the consequence of that is that less data will be produced if left only to the markets, or if left only to individuals. Now, that is about to change in the third point that I will make. But initially, it is therefore the role of governments to provide, to capture, to register, to publish data that may be relevant for decision makers. And that's where statistic agencies from governments enter into this equation. No? So from a data user, from a research perspective, what we want from you is that data is available, is transparent, it's easy to digest, it's comparable, and that has the quality that at least we can use. I think that summarizes what we need is trust, that we can use this data with trust. Now, this is about to change because new technologies like digitalization open up a new avenue for this data generation, this data aggregation, and in a way it's a shift from this centralized way to gather data to a decentralized way to come up with the new databases, new data sets, thanks to the digitalization. No? So digitalization, it's also another type of externality. No? With digitalization, it records all the processes, for example, that were not captured before. No? If we go to Amazon, think about in the 1990s, you wanted to record a sale, and you only have prices and quantities, perhaps the time of the day, etc. With Amazon, it gets recorded, it gets into the records, the process that you made. No? You click here first, you discarded some product, you probably put it in the basket, and you bought it 30 days later, or you bought it immediately. So all this process, it's a way of understanding also another externality. No? So we move from a world where data was centralized to this disaggregated way of data. So the role of agencies and people like Sadim, who are in the interface between users and producers, change. No? Now what we want is data to be available, but also clean. There are further questions of who is the proprietary of data. So we move from a world of data scarcity to data abundance. This changes the way we do research. Perhaps with more data, we can answer the same questions, just better, because we have more information. But also, we can probably, because data is more granular, is more frequent, is more timely, we can break down research questions into smaller pieces. So therefore, we can generate knowledge in another way. But also, we can think of new questions that we haven't asked before. No, questions for which we never think in the past because just data wasn't available. And I think that that's the interesting part of the new era, of the new way of doing research. And while I was preparing this presentation, I was thinking, take this to one extreme and think, what would be the role of researchers if data is completely abundant, where you can have anything you want? Yeah? Now, there can also be, so that's a question for food, as a food of thought, but I also worry that there could be a data divide between poor countries, rich countries, or populations, those who are have access to digital technologies and those who do not. So with this, I finish my first intervention.
Okay. Thank you, Rolando, so much. Thank you for highlighting the importance of data for policymakers. Andreas, please take it.
Okay, so I can talk a little bit about our experience, and I say our experience of my colleagues and mine in our Air Transportation Systems Lab as it relates to data. So what we do is we simulate the global air transportation system. And one of the questions, no, let's say in general, what we're looking at is simulating the impact of perturbations to the system. So this could be a new runway at any airport. This could be a completely new airport somewhere. It could be introduction of disruptive technology. It could be climate change policy and the like. And then we simulate how this event propagates through the system, because there's lots of competition. And if you add a new runway there, then the effects will propagate through the entire planet ultimately. Now, for this exercise, we need lots of data, mainly to estimate demand models and to estimate the starting point of the supply side. So, for example, in terms of demand models, we look at income per person in a specific region. We look at the population size or households, number of households. We look at the income distribution, and of course the airfare, and so forth and so forth. And in order for these numbers to have, we need to purchase expensive data sets. So just to give you an idea, we just purchased a data set from an aggregator. So this is like, let's say from a company which retrieves numbers from aggregators like Expedia and Skyscanner and so forth. And we paid nearly $30,000 for a one-year license. So that's quite expensive. And there's no way that this data will ever be openly available. And of course, we are very much restricted in terms of how we can use the data, and there's no way we can publish one single number. We use this data, for example, to estimate air transportation demand from the true origin to the ultimate destination. You can get, at very low cost, or sometimes for free, you can get segmented data in air travel, which doesn't help you, because you want to know where the passenger boarded, let's say Riyadh, and where the passenger ended up, let's say San Diego, California. And there is at least one transfer in between, I suspect. So if you only estimated a model from Riyadh to New York and another model from New York to San Diego, you wouldn't get a realistic reflection of the demand between these two markets. So we need the true origin, ultimate destination. And again, that's expensive, and there's no way this data can be shared. It's even more challenging in freight transportation, air freight. There's only one provider, and that provider refused to sell us their data because they got nervous that we would, use it for our models that would compete with their activities. So we had to go to the origin and look at United Nations Comtrade data. These are the trade matrices between virtually all countries on the planet. They tell you the commodities that have been traded between any country, and they tell you sometimes the transportation mode. So we have to work out the value of the commodities, their natures, their perishable, non-perishable products, what mode they have been transported, and then you can estimate choice models that help you then assigning these various commodities to air transportation. And then, of course, there's a whole sequence of follow-on steps in order to include them in these models. There are a few exceptions. So for the United States, that's the only country, essentially, that's relatively well documented in terms of openly accessible data, because airlines have to report their operational and financial data from a certain amount of revenue on. And that's high quality data, and again, that's openly available. But again, this is an exception, it's not the rule.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you on touching on the topic of the data use license. We will get back to this later on. And then also for the challenges associated with data usage. You also touch on the cost of the high quality data, which is, we are struggling with the proprietary data that we use in our models and simulators and the cost associated with this data. So Najla, you will touch on the regional perspective of data availability. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Sadim, and thank you, KAPSARC, for this wonderful opportunity. So as part of OSP's policy efforts, we do aim to facilitate as well as utilize evidence for the pursuit of, let's say, uplifting demand for hydrocarbons, which is something that you had mentioned in my introduction. But with that being said, we as a program obviously have certain challenges that we're currently going through. And that is not specific to us, but it's sort of this worldly transition away from hydrocarbons. In order for me to kind of navigate that transition, I need data, and I need factual data. And what we are facing currently is that data may be there, but very hard to access. Whether it's, you know, your inability to actually find it online, or having so many different, let's say, challenging hurdles that come your way to get access, whether it's price, whether it's, you know, you can use it or not, and so on. And the reason why I want to mention this, because, you know, if I use the example of, let's say, electrical vehicles, you know, there are a lot of transitions away from fossil fuel-based cars. And this comes with many, I would say, reasonings. One could be economic value in the long run, environmental value, and so on. But what if the data that was accessible also showcased well-to-wheel emissions of EVs versus internal combustion engines? What if that data is available to the point where your average individual is able to see it? And the reason why I mention, you know, average citizens is because I do believe that policy is sort of a circular motion. It's not linear. You know, your average individual influences your municipal level. That influences, let's say, your legislative level, and then it goes up to the executive. And if we do not enable that data to actually be advocated for, then we miss a lot of the gap in creating the policies that actually influence us, makes us better communities, and so on. And this is not just specific to this example, it really can be applied on anything. And we as a government program, we do believe that we have a role to play in making this data, as you had mentioned, accessible but also available. Whether it's through funding those entities that can aggregate them, publish them, or we can become a building bridge between those that are coming up with the data and those that could potentially utilize it. Raising awareness around it, making it accessible for people, publicizing it in means that we are able to do so. And I am sure that as part of this conversation, as well as my colleague from the Ministry of Energy, will have some insight as to the role of, you know, government institutions in this process. But I did want to shed light with regards to data accessibility, because I think that's where a lot of the gap with policy making happens as well.
Thank you, Najla. Thank you for highlighting the challenges of accessing data and also the role of government programs of opening the data to all, and so especially for students and users to use the data and their research. Omar, you will take us through the data management program in the Ministry of Energy, which is a fairly new program that started, I think, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Please take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. if you allow me, I will go a step back. I will talk about data from national perspective, then I will take the opportunity to talk about the Data Management Office and the Ministry of Energy. Under the leadership of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 initiated multiple initiatives and programs to enable and cover the data sector. One of them, for example, in establishing the Data Management Office and establishing the Saudi Data and AI Authority, which means that data is a key success factor for the national development. In the Ministry of Energy, we established the Data Management Office, which will be responsible about the governance and the management of data. Our goal is to support decision makers and make sure that we can achieve economic gains and competitive gains from data. As you may know, the energy sector is very big, and we are collecting data and generating data across the ecosystem in the private sector and the public sector. Not all the data is generated in the ministry itself. So the challenge is to collect this data and analyze it and build the models and the simulators and then avail it to the ecosystem and avail it to the public through the open data channels. Currently in the Data Management Office, we are building the policies that will enable this kind of data sharing and availability. And also, we are developing the policies and procedures to make sure that the data is within the standard that we accept with high quality and processed the right way and managed the right way. For example, the ministry right now is working to implement the Energy Information and Knowledge Center, which will be the data hub for all the energy sector data in the kingdom by collecting this data and analyzing it and then availing it to the ecosystem again. I think across this panel we will talk about multiple dimensions about data. I will try to focus on the governance part for it to make sure that we have the whole story here. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Dr. Abdullah from the publisher side. The JSTAT is the main publisher of data here in Saudi Arabia. Please.
Thanks, first of all, for having me here. And actually, we at JSTAT have focused for many years on publishing statistics that are related to energies. We focused mainly on the stocks and the operation side of the statistics. But recently, we tried to take further leap into publishing more data on the labor force connected to the energy sector and the economics and the structural business or the structure of energy businesses inside the country, leading to publishing what we have done recently, the supply and use table, input and output tables, which details the consumption and the final output in monetary values of energy sector and all other sectors by ISAC and by product. What we are embarking now on is, and I agree with Ronaldo, Professor, in his note that we live in the world of abundance, especially when it comes to data. But what's needed now is a more reorganization of these data in a way that makes it easily accessible and consumed by researchers. So we rely more on standardization and making it more comparable and to follow the international standards. And we also seek to engage with the stakeholders. We recently engaged with the Center for Energy Efficiency. For example, we discovered they need microdata at very granular level to cover some details of what policymakers need to do some nudging campaigns for energy efficiency programs. So we are engaging with stakeholders during the planning of statistical production in order to cover the needs of stakeholders and to make our publications, which we do a lot of effort to publish, usable and beneficial to other users, including government agencies or researchers. We also noticed that we live in a world that's connected, so we have to connect statistics about energy to other activities and other economic activities and natural resources statistics, which usually concerns about the stocks and flows in the natural resources. As well as we found that there is a focus recently on not only capturing the economic value of whatever activity we are measuring, but also there is a focus and new demand for capturing the environmental cost of that activity. And that's amazing because and challenging in the same time. So that's my take on what we do currently at Just That.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. You touched on a very important note, which is the relationship between the data publishers and consumers, and to provide the good data and very high quality level of data, we need to all collaborate in producing the data that is relevant to the models and simulators. I thank all of you for the insightful presentation. It opened a lot of discussion points for me and also I think for the audience. I'll go back to a point that you raised, Dr. Abdullah, on the expansion of the data sets, the coverage. So can we fairly state that there is indeed an expansion in the coverage of data sets and also in the level of details of the regional and also international data? Andreas, if you can cover it from the international perspective, do you think that there is indeed an expansion in the coverage of data?
Not really. You know, what has been out there 10 years ago, 20 years ago, is still out there. It's being updated, but in my area, I can't see a trend towards, you know, open data, because they're, you know, they can be easily sold, and the very existence of these companies build upon assembling these data sets and selling them at astronomical prices. And again, you know, that data that's out there often is not really useful because it may not reflect, you know, the systems view that you need in order to, you know, estimate the models you're interested in. There are some exceptions. I mentioned the US, and I'm currently thinking about the International Passenger Survey in the UK, but this has also been ongoing for decades, in which, you know, when you arrive at Heathrow Airport and you've got bad luck, then you're pulled over by someone, and they question you about, you know, where you're coming from, where you want to go, how much you paid, what's the purpose of your trip, and so forth. And that's very useful information for some, you know, some part of what you're doing, but again, this has been around for a long time.
And from the regional perspective, Dr. Abdullah?
We actually noticed increase in demand of granular data. For example, aside from the launch of yesterday's or recent platform from Ministry of Energy, we are participating in two major data availability platforms. One is launched by Ministry of Economic and Planning. It's regarding or to cover the indicators about regional competitiveness inside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the other one is the Urban Observatory, the National Urban Observatory, while the one is trying to focus on data at internal regional level. The Urban Observatory is seeking data at more granular spatial scales, like talking about cities, we talk about neighborhoods, so population per neighborhood, and then green areas, public places, energy, and economic activities, number of houses. Talk about, they try to get very, very granular details about the neighborhoods they are serving, and they also asking us to keep the population counts within these spatial scales updated on an annual basis, so they can measure their KPIs. Aside from that is also many national parks or conservation areas. They also manage their areas, which encompasses some small villages and some small populated area, we call them. So they ask for very granular details about the populations they are living inside these protected areas, to make sure they don't change the heritage or the culture of these areas. So we see a very high demand on the depth and the breadth of data about inside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So moving to technology and trends, Omar, we're seeing the increase of number of the API-ready data sources, including JSTAT published their data source database recently. SAMA as well is building their own database. So what other tools you're using to collect and analyze the massive amount of data that is available?
Currently, the Kingdom is advancing in the digital systems. They are advancing in multiple dimensions. So we are adopting multiple technologies, such as IoT and other technologies, AI. These technologies are producing a huge amount of data. So these data generated should need to be collected and managed and analyzed to gain the benefits of this data. So in the Ministry of Energy, we found through our strategic direction in 2021, we started to implement the Energy Information Knowledge Center, which the main goal of this center is to collect the data from the ecosystem. So the data we are collecting through multiple technologies. So through APIs, sometimes it's files. So sometimes it's aggregated, sometimes it's raw data. So we found there is a need to manage this data and process it before storing it in the data warehouse. So we have a group of engineers, brilliant engineers. They are working to model the data and make sure that it's available for any further analytics or AI solutions that's implemented in the ministry. So the main challenge when we collect this data is to make sure that the quality is appropriate. So we worked in multiple technologies to make sure that the data we will avail in the future, it's processed the right way. So we worked in multiple policies and processes to make it up to the standard, depending on best practices from DAMA and other institutes related to data management and governance.
Thank you, Omar. So for you, Rolando and Andreas, as a consumer of the data, what sources and how to distinguish between the primary and secondary sources of data for your projects? Go ahead, Rolando.
Either it's my hearing, or it's the acoustics, or both.
It's a bit,
yeah.
Okay, so
I'm getting older. That's
I'll,
why.
no worries. I'll ask again. So, as a consumer of data, how you distinguish between the data, primary and secondary sources of data for your projects?
So you know, there is this challenge already when we purchase these expensive data sets, because the primary data in these data sets is what they receive from the Expedias and Skyscanners of this world, but not the data that relates to those ticket sales that are purchased directly from the airline. And so what these companies do is they've got their own models in order to manufacture the data that is missing. Again, the data that's, you know, tickets that were purchased from the airlines directly. So it's a massive task on our end then to go carefully through this data set, because it contains both primary and secondary data, if you wish, and try to figure out you know, where are errors and where it needs corrections on our end, which is then already tertiary data, if you want.
Rolando?
Yes, actually, I was thinking in your previous participation, I just mentioned that data is a public good, and therefore governments have to provide it. No, and then there are some changes, and that make it easier, less costly to record data because digitalization. But this opens up a new market. No, you were saying, I mean, these data companies that provide big data sets are very expensive, which makes sense, no? Because therefore, I mean, if data is so important, you have to create some barriers so that it doesn't become a public good again. There are alternative ways also, depending on the research question that you are addressing. And I want to talk a little bit about the work that I with some colleagues at KAPSARC are doing. We're interested in mapping the innovation in the electricity sector. So for that, we constructed a database of startups. Yeah, we thought, okay, the startups are probably the entities that are more willing to take risk, adopting new technologies, as opposed to probably incumbents. Again, so we developed our own database, which is not the same, no, in terms of numbers, passengers, to startups working in the field of electricity. And what we used was tools like Google, Twitter, and we're expanding it perhaps in a third step to LinkedIn. No? So these search engines are cheap, no? to use, perhaps a little bit time intensive. And the point that I want to make is that to develop this self-produced database is very important to have a multidisciplinary team. So we're working in the team of electricity, also with the team of AMAR, and involve them at early stages of the process of research. So we involve them, we tell them what we want to do, how we are doing this, and they help you to new tools, new software where you can make it easier to visualize your results, to maintain the database, because if you are doing your own database, you have to keep it maintained. So this is very important in terms of research. I mean, to be involved with the users, no, at the end of the day.
Thank you, and Rolando. Najla, you covered the data accessibility, and as a government program, how would you ensure that the factual data is accessible?
Thank you for that question. Firstly, I would like to apologize for coughing. For some reason, I've just gotten this intense cough. But so in terms of accessibility and as a government program, it's very obvious that we don't necessarily create our own data reports, but we utilize them on a daily basis, whether it's to, aggregate certain numbers on oil trends, manufacturing trends, and so on. What we aim to achieve as a program, and more specifically my department and the role that we play within the program, is that raising of awareness. because it's not about, conducting yourself on certain media platforms or, creating spaces like this panel, for example, but it's really about how can I make these numbers, this information, be accessible to someone, not just physically, but also mentally, theoretically. How can I make them understand that these numbers mean this, and this information means X, Y, Z? So we do that across multiple fronts. We do that with our work with other governments, also trade associations, research think tanks, and then you have the more traditional routes, your social media, your conversations on TV, so on and so forth. And the idea here is that we would like this information to really be, you had mentioned Google. I want to be able to put in something on Google and be able to see different views all on the same page. Yes, we would need to utilize programmers. We would need to utilize a lot of certain words so that it gets showcased on your front page. But what we're aiming to do as a program is to really start transitioning towards a data set that is not only transparent, but able to bring in different opinions all at once. Because ultimately, that's what ends up, influencing policies.
Thank you, Najla. Andres, I'll go back to you on the data challenges and the solutions that you see in developing models and forecasting techniques to enhance the economy trends and predictions. Can you just tell us what challenges that you see in the data availability of data?
Challenges with respect
to developing models and forecasting techniques to enhance the economic trend predictions.
I'm sorry, it must be my hearing after all. I need to go to the ear doctor when I go back to England.
Sure, no.
But what was, perhaps as an intermediary between Rolando, but what was the exact question?
It's the data challenges a solution you see in developing models and forecasting techniques to enhance economic trend predictions.
So the challenges with respect to?
Developing models.
Developing the models.
Yes.
Okay, well, once you've got the data and you've got an idea in mind and you use economic theory, then you know what to expect. And so, for example, when we model airport capacity expansions, for example, or introduction of technology, we model each airline and airport ultimately. So we've got more than 1,000 airports in the system, and we've got the various airlines that are competing for market share. Each airline has a network optimization model in order to maximize their profits. 3 decision variables. You can they can modify the itinerary airfare. They can change the flight frequency on the various segments, and they can rotate the aircraft within their fleet along the different routes. And so a very plausible check to see whether you can match reality is to simply plot the simulated numbers over the observed numbers, and where you want to be is at a 45-degree straight line. And if you're far off, then you ask the question, okay, what's going on in this model? And in most cases, the reason is because you start, of course, from one region and then you go to the next one, and you're missing out on the passengers that's coming into your system, or you're losing that go out of your system's boundary. And if you do that, then the airlines will react differently. If you're missing passengers, international passengers, then they will use smaller aircraft sizes, reduce the flight frequencies, and so forth. You get a completely different solution. So this is one of the challenges. This is what you were. Did it respond to your question? Okay.
Thank you so much. So my last question on data availability and accessibility, and I want to hear from you all your reflections on that question is, And as an energy, economic and climate data aggregators like KAPSARC, how we can benefit the global modelers more? Dr. Abdullah, start with you on that.
Yeah, basically do more of what you are already doing, which is basically making more user-friendly micro-simulation models. What we've found is that decision makers, researchers, they want these, there is a higher demand for these micro-simulation models, and what's needed is to have the data built into these models. So data from census, demographic characterizations of consumers and suppliers, and where transportation network as well. All of these play a role in capturing how energy is used and consumed, and giving that into context, like the GIS context, which provide context for adding variables like the temperature or air quality, the things that are niche now and frequently monitored or asked, demanded to be reported in new researches and new KPIs, as my colleague mentioned.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Najla? Want to add to this? Oh, Amr, please.
I cannot elaborate on that because I'm not an expert on the data modeling and visualization, but from our perspective in data management offices, we measure, we have a set of KPIs for each domain of data. For example, on the standard we have 15 domains for data, and we are measuring KPIs for each of them to make sure that we oversee the data and the ecosystem, and we can address any challenge or flows if we noticed anything through KPIs and measuring them over the time.
I think I would like to bring in the perspective of sort of policy and the role, or mandated policy, perhaps. I think, you know, if entities are being mandated to share an extent of their data for the purposes of XYZ with clear justification, standardization, regulation, then, you know, creating those hubs of knowledge make that data easier to use, but also going back to this concept of, you know, user-friendly type aggregation as well as utilization. I think, you know, creating that policy scheme to facilitate KAPSARC or other entities to really get this type of information could be a potential, you know, success story. We'd have to see, but I would presume that it would be.
Thank you. Andreas?
So let me just make sure I understand the question, because I could understand Nadja, but you gentlemen, I'm sorry. So what's the question, how to provide data outputs in
what do you think the role of data aggregators, such as in KAPSARC, where we collect the data from the sources and put it in one platform? So how we can help benefit the modelers, global modelers more? How can data aggregators help modelers?
How to aggregate the data?
No, how the data aggregators, such as in KAPSARC, help modelers more.
I'm sorry. Next time I need to sit next to you.
Okay. I have the question written down here if you'd like.
Okay, that may help. my
one.
reading is still okay.
The second one.
Which letter? Which is it?
It's the second one.
From the bottom? How might regional energy, economics, and climate data aggregate benefit? Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Well, you know, from my perspective, and to be honest, I'm not a frequent KAPSARC data user because of the special niche market within which we are operating. in general, the more disaggregated the data is, I think the more useful it is, because then you then you don't run into problems that some users may have like more disaggregated data, and others, they can aggregate it on their own, presumably. I have been aware of the huge effort that KAPSARC is doing in terms of data management and provision, which is a very laudable activity, but in my specific niche market, there was no real use for that until now.
Rolando?
Yes, well, as a user, I mean, I would like the KAPSARC hub, I mean, to be a hub of a one-shop for, the basic and extended information, the data that you need in this field of energy and environment, I mean, to be complete, to be exhaustive, and also, I mean, this is my wish list, to make it accessible, easy to manipulate, comparable between different databases, data sets, easy to download and manipulate. That being said, of the current and existing data. However, I would also like KAPSARC to be forward-looking in the way of acquiring new data. Perhaps from research that has been done here at KAPSARC, and the work that we did and others of developing your own databases, I think that could add a competitive advantage of KAPSARC as a hub. I mean, we have here you have huge human power that are doing research, and how do you incorporate and standardize that information will be very helpful.
Thank you, Rolando. I'll move now to my second topic, which is the data governance and data transparency. And a key question here, Dr. Abdullah, if you can guide us through how to strike a compromise between data security and privacy issues.
Well, trying to strike a trade-off or compromise between those two conflicting goals is usually requires special consideration. We have, in our organization, we have a department concerned with the release of microdata and putting statistical disclosure controls. And we are enabling researchers to get percentage of the data, like the raw data, but after masking it and doing the special treatment. It's not going to be raw data, then we call it after treatment microdata, which is at the record level. The only thing we do, or it becomes easier if the spatial scale or the spatial identifier of the record is not asked or not requested, because that makes the impact of the SDC or statistical disclosure controls on the data given make it less. However, when users ask for spatial identifiers of these records, then the impact will be on all of the variables, because the more we add variables, the more identifiable is the record or the person giving that information. So we recommend usually users to ask only for the variables they need for their research, because this way we don't add another variable and then have a larger impact of SDC controls. The other consideration is to have a legal construct between organizations that way is in academia or universities will have more internal processes and scrutiny on their researchers, so they don't violate data agreement or privacy considerations set forth by our organization. Hope that covers this question.
Omar, we'll go back with you to the technologies and the trends.
but this time on data management and visualization. How can it help to address the difficulties with the data consistency and completeness and currency of data?
There are many data management technologies to address this type of issues. Maybe I will mention some of them. For example, the data lineage tracking. This technology will help the users to trace the data from the creation to the systems. So what edits has been done, what updates affected the quality of this data. Another data management technology is the data versioning, where you store some versions of this data and go back to check what change has been done to this data. Maybe another data management technology is the data virtualization, where you have a layer between the user and the data warehouse or the data. The user can access this layer and manipulate the data, access the data, generate any visualizations they want without the need to download this data or replicate it. So these technologies will help to address issues related to the completeness and correctness and of the data. Maybe we are trying right now in the ministry to implement such a tool to deliver this data virtualization idea and enable everybody in the ecosystem to do their own analysis, to do their own visualizations without the need to replicate the data, which might affect the data quality and availability in the future.
Rolando, you want to reflect on that question as well?
Not to this specific question, but I was thinking about what Andreas said at the beginning, that the more data available, more open are in the US, and also thinking about the role of statistical agencies in countries. It's in the interest of statistical agencies in different countries to reach to the level of the US, the gold standard, because I mean, I would think that, Andreas, most of your research should be then about the US. No? Or, I don't know. I mean, because there's data available. And if that is the case, then you are cross-subsidizing researchers and research time to the field, to the country where probably there's less need for that, no?
Well, aviation is a global problem, of course. Yeah. The US is a significant agent, you know, in the aviation sector, of course, but other countries are becoming increasingly more important the more you move to the east of our planet, and there's not much data out there that you can get for free. In the US, it's mainly a transparency issue, I believe, because, again, companies from a certain revenue stream on, they have to report their operations and financials, and this is what researchers benefit from.
So let's move to data quality and measuring data quality and how to rate the data quality in the context of models and analysis. I'll start with you, Dr. Abdullah. How the General Authority of Statistics measure data quality?
We have two frameworks. One is data quality, which is dimensions, which is 9 dimensions, maybe similar to the DAMA used by the Ministry of Energy, and then we have the statistical dimensions, which usually covers the same, the timeliness, consistency, comparability, accuracy. So these dimensions are usually assessed for data quality or statistical production quality, and it's done by a different department. So we don't have conflict of interest when statistical units publishes their publications or produce their publications and check the quality. So it's separated from the statistical units producing the same publications and verified by independent department. So that's how we do it, and using international standards from the UN statistical division, and the same as the framework, the DAMA framework.
Omar?
So the data quality best practices, we usually measure the 5 dimensions of data quality, which is accuracy, completeness, timeliness, and consistency and validity. We have multiple tools. We implemented multiple technologies in the ministry to make sure that all the data we collect is up to the standard. We use cost-benefit analysis to make sure to measure the effect of poor data and what is the cost behind it. Also, we are using some statistical models to measure, statistical techniques to measure the models and the quality of the results. Additional way is to also work with the user feedback to collect the response and satisfaction of the users of these analytics and models, and get their ideas about what is the quality of the outcome of this, of the resulting data or analytics of this visualizations or analysis.
Andreas, can you reflect on that as well?
So that's the data quality
Yes.
issue. Well, before we estimate any model, of course, we look very carefully at the data, and the way we do it, we simply plot it. So you get the airfare data, and you get the origin destination. You can work out what the great circle distance is. You plot the airfare over the distance, and what you expect to see is a decline in the airfare per kilometer over the distance. And then you can easily see whether there are outliers. You look at those, and in many cases, the data is just of poor quality. Or, if you look at aircraft fuel burn data from US Form 41 data, which is freely available, there are also basic laws of physics that mandate the range within which this data can vary over aircraft stage length, for example. It has to follow a certain pattern, and if it doesn't, then you look at it more carefully and try to understand why. And there are reasons why it can vary. And but if it still varies under taking into account the reasons, then the data is simply not robust, and you better don't use it.
Okay. Thank you, Andreas. My last question is for you, Rolando, and this will open also the discussion for our next session at 4 p.m. The question is, what constitutes evidence in an evidence-based policy making?
Yeah, that's a good question. Throughout, the discussion in this session is data, but we have to put data in context. We need data, which is not the same as information, which is not the same as knowledge, and it's probably not the same as evidence. So, of course, it's an input for all that. So, at the end, what we want as researchers, as advisors to policymakers, to decision makers, is to provide evidence so that they can make some decisions. Again, even evidence is not the same. It's not a common definition. It can vary by different disciplines. Some people say, okay, evidence can be also political. No, there are some people that are more pragmatic, and they are just comfortable with that good enough evidence, whereas some other people might say, okay, no, this has to be hardcore evidence to make some other decisions. I think my message is that let's not forget that all this that we discuss is at the end to provide evidence for someone who will make a decision that will affect people. Yeah.
Thank you, Rolando. So it's time now to open the floor for audience for your questions. Please, if you have any question, raise your hand. State your name and where you're from and who you want to address your question. Can you have the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Emre Hatipoğlu, oil and gas fellow at KAPSARC. The question is open to panel, but please feel free to you to pick up. It's about completeness. I'll rephrase it another way. Missing data. I'm a political scientist by training, and we have a lot of studies that show that if you don't treat missing data in detail, your results are flawed and they're not just. They give erroneous results, and it's a very tricky thing because you can easily overlook missing data by just interpolation, extrapolation, or take two similar countries' data and just impute it in that missing country's data. So I'm just wondering what kind of standards or shared practices you have to ensure that the data is complete in a just and representative and non-biased way. Thank you.
I think, Omar, you can take that.
Sometimes it's hard to find out these issues related to data, like completeness, but most of the time we're addressing our subject matter experts in the domains to get their feedback about this data, if it's complete or not. And then we can have some improvement mechanism and plans to complete the missing parts of this data. So there is, I don't have like a specific approach to that, but currently we are using user feedback and surveys to get the feedback about the completeness of the data.
Dr. Abdullah, do you want to reflect on that question as well?
Basically, we have in place data quality assessment, and we try to produce data in a complete format. It's like if we produce a variable, we make sure the completeness factor is satisfied. Otherwise, we don't publish it. And we might have it internally, but it's incomplete. We know it's not in terms of quality, it's not good to be published. So we release a publication that has most information about the topic we are covering, but we don't release that factor, which is in the standards, the international standards should be released, but we don't release it because of incompleteness. And yes, sometimes perfection is the enemy of good, and we do release what's good and what's accurate data, and the things that are the variables or the factors that have a lot of missing variables, we just don't add them to the publication.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Any other questions?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
So it's about data standards when you publish it.
Yes.
So everything we publish is on our website. It's documented, and most of it undergoes outside peer review because it's published in journals. And this relates to the model. We've got various validation peer-reviewed papers that show, how we validate the models, and so how well we reproduce, base year values, and then, use the models to look into the future. And the same applies to data, and everything has to be well documented, otherwise there's no trust in it. Having said that, we are only a university, and we have no, dedicated funds in order to do this even in greater rigor and detail. But we try to do it as rigorous as we can with the means that we have available.
I think, Emre, also it depends on the research question, as always. For example, in our case that we are trying to understand innovation in startups, it's really difficult to know the universe of startups in the world. Perhaps there are some kids working in their mom's garage, and I mean, that's not recorded. Our research question is to try to understand the key drivers, the key megatrends, and also the key players. So we have now like 800 startups. Are there some startups that are missing there? Perhaps. No, I mean, perhaps with certainty. Are there startups that are relevant that are not there? Very unlikely. So I think it depends also on what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Rolando. We have a question here.
Yes, thank you very much for this excellent discussion. My question builds on...
Noura, can you raise your voice?
My question builds on the earlier question by you, Sadim, to the panel on the governance of data. Data accessibility and availability is a major problems, particularly from government entities. You know, this complicates matters because you have problems with transparency, credibility. So it's a very important problem to address. My question is to the GSTAT speaker. Are there any governance frameworks, standardization, verification of data, any governance structure that you can elaborate on that requires stakeholders to provide more details on data, particularly verification? If I can give an example of, for instance, emission measurement, standardization, verification of particular activity, perhaps afforestation for the Saudi Green Initiative as a simple example. Are there like a loop system where you require some entities to provide data and update these data? Thank you.
If I understand you well, you are asking if GSTAT has collects data based on regulations or governance in place. So yes, we have in our regulations that our mandate allow us to collect data from all government entities and then publish on aggregate levels. But some data is simply not available or is not accurate. I don't know if this answers your question or concern.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Any other questions we have here? Go ahead, Fakhri.
I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their thoughts. At the same time, I would like to take...
Fakhri, we can't hear you, please.
I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their thoughts. And at the same time, I would like to take the opportunity of having a GSTAT representative, Dr. Amar Abdullah, here, and ask my question, which is about data availability. So, as you rightly mentioned, we have very fascinating data on labor survey and employment by sector, which is very helpful for detailed research. I would like to thank you for that. My question is about, do you have any plan for coming future, make the same for investment data? I mean, investment broken into sectors and type of investment, like domestic and foreign investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fakhri.
Okay, thank you for this question. Maybe I'm not, but we have a department that we started a new unit for investment. It's under the economics statistics. It's called investment statistics. It covers FDI and domestic investments and the details based on the international. They are building the methodologies now and collecting data. I'll double check if the surveys or publications are going to be recently published, but we can check later on.
Okay. We have a question over there.
Thank you for this interesting and timely panel discussion. I'd like just to highlight, if you can add on the new era of data. We used to handle data previously on our desktop or laptop machines. Nowadays, we move to the big data and data mining machines. For example, if we need to put the right policy for energy efficiency or demand side management, we have to have an access to the hourly or probably minute by minute consumption from each individual in the community. Or if we need to study the traffic, probably we can get access to the road cameras data. So we are talking about giga or terabyte size of data. How can this era, new era of data, can enter to the policy-driven data analysis in the current status or in the future when the data piles up in triple or quadruple sizes? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Do you want to address the question to a specific panelist? Okay, so it's open. Who do you want to reflect on the question? Andreas.
I would love to respond, but I'm just not sure I fully understood the question. Rolando, can you, you're next to me, can you translate it for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Just, we are talking about the big data.
Yeah.
The data now, our digital lifestyle collecting every second. How can this size of data be utilized for data-driven policy studies?
So if I understood your question correctly, and that's the if, you know, we are used to using massive amounts of data, and we also work closely with climate scientists who use even more massive amounts of data. And I've got colleagues who are extremely excited about huge data sets and running diagnostics and estimating models. But then what we would make available to the outside world is something that has already been processed and be more readily usable. Because I suspect most folks would not like to go through the same exercise, which is quite time-consuming and requires also, you know, knowledge in the respective discipline in order to process the data.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
If you allow me, I will add some highlights about this question. Right now, our cities are transformed into smart cities, cognitive cities, and maybe NEOM will be the first cognitive city in Saudi Arabia. So this means that these cities will use the data in the cities related to multiple dimensions for multiple domains. One of them is energy domain. So this big data concept will raise multiple concerns about the personal data privacy and other issues or challenges. So nationally, we started to develop multiple policies related to the personal data protection, data classification, to make sure that we are ready for this type of technologies and for using this type of big data in the future.
Thank you, Omar. So one last question.
In economics, there's the debate whether big data will finish some theoretical debates. No, Rashid from Harvard University, he argues that it's evidence, everything can be settled by what the evidence says. And this has led, I think, to some research. We saw it in the COVID pandemic, where people started to estimate absolutely everything. No, you get more chances to get contagions in a coffee shop instead of which are the safest jobs: a florist, a coffee shop bartender, etc., etc. And some questions that perhaps are a little bit far off. No, like this event cost this number of COVID and cases, etc. So the point that I want to make is that let's not forget about theory. So all these big data sets, all this big data has to be consistent with economic theory. So that's, otherwise I think we will rely on spurious correlations between two observations.
Thank you, Rolando. So we have a question here. Go ahead.
Thank you for interesting topic, especially for researcher. So we know in data not available and high cost for researcher. How the researcher can get this data easy way? Okay.
Are you addressing to someone in the panel?
For I think Dr. Michael or Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
So can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the data not available for researcher easy or high cost. So how can the academy or researcher getting the data?
That's a good question that perhaps you, Andreas, can.
If you repeat the question for me,
yeah, that big databases are expensive. So how an academic can get a hold of data other than perhaps grants?
Write a good funding proposal and just pray that you're successful, because it's a lottery, even if it's a good one. Otherwise, perhaps try to connect with research groups who have more easy access and more money, and work with them. That might be an alternative route.
If I
But
just...
it's a big issue. Sorry.
No, please. I can also add on to that. Another potential possibility could be that there are certain funding agencies. They're not banks, but they're sort of like a commercial-based agency. And what they do is that they dedicate some of their budgeting for research. A lot of the NGOs that work on specific scientific research and or medical research will have a dedicated funding mechanism that you could apply for. But it is similar to the process you had mentioned, that you'd apply and then pray that you'll get it.
And perhaps that is also related to my, what I said in my first intervention of this data divide of rich countries, rich people, rich researchers having a hold of data, and while those who are not, probably not. And perhaps that is also, I mean, the role of government to step in and improve the quality of quantity of data as well.
We have 1 minute for one last question. Omar, can you get the mic?
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation and discussion and the dialogue. For me, the question is more to the audience than to the panel speakers. We know each one of you are doing your best to get the data out there so the researchers can use. And this kind of links to the point that we discussed. How can we make data social? That means when you provide the data, how is the feedback coming back into you? So now there are technologies that are available, almost like Facebook. You still have your own data in the way how you published it, and there are comments coming in from the people who use that data. So I think that is missing a big time. It's not that technology is a problem. Like, for example, the KAPSARC data portal, for every data set, you can go and comment about the data set. In 5 years, we received 14 comments. So there is a responsibility from the consumer side. Just because you got the data, first of all, you don't have the data, we understand. When we make it available, when you use it, you got to come back and critique, comment, appreciate whatever you want to do right next to the data set, so the publishers know what to correct, how to improve it. So technology is not reducing the compact. I think making social, making data social is very important. There need to be, first of all, thank you for coming into this panel, because you're already coming together to address from publisher-consumer viewpoint, but there is from consumers, researchers, academia, they need to give back something when they get the data. That give back is probably 10 minutes of comments, how they use the data, was it useful? Because same data could be useful for one set of users and useless for the others. But if they come and give that comment and feedback, that'll be really helpful for the aggregators. And when you talked about the data quality, I would just want to make sure there were data definitions and glossaries published. Without that, data is mostly useless for variety of use cases. So any comments to this will be great.
Right to your point, and thanks for we have the same thing as you mentioned. Starting actually yesterday, we changed the methodologies we publish with every statistical publication. That high-level wording and small definitions, that will be completely changed, and we are publishing in a state metadata report, which encompasses methodology and all the glossaries, definitions, and resources. It's just same way as in the leading statistical offices that we benchmarked ourselves with. So that's first thing, first part. And to your point, yes, we don't receive that much feedback except from major stakeholders or main stakeholders, which are mainly governmental agencies, but we address individual feedbacks. We have a portal where individuals, researchers mainly in colleges and universities, when they ask for data, and some of them are resistant, and because we see these requests come to us and ask for more data, like more detailed, more granular data, and we have a policy that we started recently which allows us to give 10% of, or to researchers of sample size, so they can see the actual data, the raw data, after being treated for statistical disclosure controls, which is being basically masking the important individual variables. So thanks for your comment, and we welcome, as you, more feedback for our products.
So with that note, it's almost lunchtime, so I don't want to hold you in any longer. Thank you, sincere thanks to all the panelists for being here today. And thank you also for the audience for your questions and for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uy, I will. So, for example, let's say, hi. Okay. All good?
It is, and I can just use my finger to go back.
Oh yeah, true. Yep. No problem. Okay, sounds like all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I ask you to take your seats as the program will commence in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The plenary session is about to begin. Please find your seats. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، نود تذكيركم بأن اللغة الرسمية للمؤتمر هي اللغة الإنجليزية. يمكنكم الاستماع للترجمة الفورية عبر الأجهزة المخصصة لذلك. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It brings me absolute pleasure to stand here in front of you all on the 4th day of the IAEE International Conference in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I must say, what a week. I'm your MC, Rana Al-Hanaya. Your safety matters to us, of course, so kindly keep these simple directions in mind. We are not planning any drills, but should an incident occur, the fire exits are located on both sides of the hall. You've got one over there and one over here. As a courtesy, please set your mobile phones to silent during the session. Remember that this conference is about observation and immersing yourself into the experience. And of course, have a good time. There will be time allocated for questions towards the end. Please submit them by scanning the QR code on the screen that will be shown at the time. We also would like to remind you that there are 3 Wi-Fi networks, named 1, 2, and 3 with the conference name. All you need to do to connect is to add the password, which is exactly the same as the network name. So you only need to copy-paste that, and that will be your password. There's also an app available with all the details for the conference, so don't miss that. That is it for housekeeping, and now without further ado, let us start the session. Our moderator for this session has over 23 years of experience in the energy industry. He recently held senior management roles at Energy Intelligence from Vortexa and Genscape. He currently holds the position of Director of Global Oil Service in Rapidan Energy Group. Ladies and gentlemen, Clay Siegel. Clay, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Clay. I'm from Rapidan Energy Group, and it is my honor to moderate this session. I think it will be a very exciting panel and plenary session on the topic of energy efficiency and industrial competitiveness. I'm also a member of the United States Association for Energy Economics, and I'm very happy to be here with you in the Kingdom this week. Well, energy efficiency is really one of the most interesting and I think impactful elements of our common agenda. To a great extent, it defines demand for all of the primary energy sources. And as I think we'll see in our discussion, it's also very relevant on the supply side, particularly as we emphasize the importance of circularity in the planning and operation of energy assets. Now, I don't want you all to worry when I tell you this next information, but I am just an oil market analyst. I am not a specialist in the field of energy efficiency, but the great news is we fortunately have a panel today of outstanding contributors who are very well qualified to lead this insightful discussion about the state of play in energy efficiency, the lessons already learned over the years, and the opportunities for progress in the years to come. So I will welcome each one of our panelists on stage before we begin with the keynote presentation. We're especially privileged to be joined today by His Highness Prince Sultan bin Khalid Al Saud, the Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Industrial Development Fund. Your Highness, welcome. Please join me here on stage. Any seat you select. Next, let's welcome Professor Ricardo Ranieri, Economic Advisor at Associated Universities, Inc., and previously served as the Energy Minister of Chile. Professor, please join us up here on stage. Welcome. Our next speaker is Mr. Nasser Al-Ghamdi, Director General of the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center. Sir, please join us up on stage. Welcome. Our next contributor is Mr. Tatsuya Terazawa. He's Chairman and CEO of the Institute of Energy Economics, Japan. Mr. Terazawa, welcome. And finally, let me welcome to the stage and introduce Dr. Fahad Al-Sharihi. He is the Vice President for Energy Efficiency and Carbon Management at SABIC. Dr. Sharihi has kindly volunteered to serve as keynote speaker for our plenary session. He will set the scene for our dialogue with a keynote presentation on energy efficiency and industrial competitiveness, doing more with less. Dr. Fahad, the floor and the podium are yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Clay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Let me first thank KAPSARC for giving me this opportunity to participate today and share with you the importance of energy efficiency for our industry, and especially when it comes to the decarbonization of our industry, how and what is the importance of the energy efficiency. Now, if you ask first, I mean, why we are doing it? I mean, what is the driver for doing it? There are some strategic driver. We believe it is driving the industry and our business in general to do. One, which is very important, is about the technology disruption. And as you can appreciate, there are many industry or landscape of our industry will be impacted big time by any technology transformation, which could change the industry. It could take some people even out of the industry or the business if they are not ready for the transformation. Second is about the global regulations. And as you can see today, it's increasing pressure everywhere. There are many countries already now announced the carbon neutrality. I mean, we see in Saudi Arabia during the Saudi Green Initiative announced 2060. US, Europe, they are in the lead, and they are trying even to advance the carbon neutrality plan. Two big population like India and China, they already announced even their carbon neutrality. So this is a kind of a pressure globally, and especially for global company where they have global footprint. This is a key driver need to take care of it. Also, we are seeing even from our customer. I mean, the customer, they are demanding and they are asking for the material or solution buying from you. What is the carbon footprint? And they need more information, how this is friendly to the environment. Also, when it comes to the investors and the investor expectation, there's now increasing pressure, and you see now ESG becoming one of the key elements for evaluation some of the funds as well as the opportunity. So investor and allocating funds for some industry, it will be challenged if it is not environmentally friendly. Last, which is also the demand from the entire stakeholder. We are talking about, transparency and disclosure. So today it's not enough for you to announce your financial statements. Now they are demanding and more to see while you are doing business, how you are impacting the society, how you are impacting the environment. So this is a key strategic driver for any industry or any business, creating a momentum for the action to be taken. The good news here that we see, and personally I consider circular carbon economy, which is adopted by Saudi Arabia, to me is the right platform to address the climate change. For a very simple reason, it is balanced, it is considering all the options, and there is no favorism or bias to any track, take into consideration the different company or even country situation, because not every region or every company, they have access to infrastructure, even affordability. So it create the right platform or a balanced platform for addressing the climate change. And one of the key pillars, and this is already established very well, is when it comes to the first R, which is the reduce, energy efficiency play a major role when it comes to the circular carbon economy. How it is important to our industry. And as you can see from this graph, I mean, as a comparison or a very simple comparison with and without energy efficiency. But is it enough, the energy efficiency, to address the entire climate change or addressing the CO2 emissions? It's not, but it needs very clear momentum as well as speed. Some people also, they are seeing the energy efficiency as will address very well the short term. And it will be, some people, they say this is the easy to do and more difficult to do. For example, you need a disruption or you need a technology transformation. So energy efficiency will be helpful, at least in the short run, but you need more to address or to do the real transformation. Now, sharing with you SABIC, or what we are doing in SABIC. The good news here, SABIC is, since the establishment in the 76, it's established based on a sustainability story. As many of you know, that the flared gas at that time collected and converted to valuable product, which makes SABIC. Now, since that time, environment as well as sustainability become a key pillar or a foundation pillar for our strategy as well as for our growth. We started the sustainability program as an official program since 2010, which is helping us being proactive and also being ready for the challenge to come. So the sustainability, it comes with some changes across the organization, drive, become also the report, setting voluntary target for the sustainability to achieve the key element of the sustainability, which come the energy, the water, the waste, and as well as the material. So this is helping us and creating a drive from the beginning for us. And during 2021 and during the Saudi Green Initiative, SABIC announced, and this is helping us to announce our carbon neutrality target globally, addressing scope 1 and 2 by 2050. And also we put a target for ourselves, which is the 2030 to have a 20% reduction. This is now for scope 1 and 2. Of course, for scope 3, we'll work with the entire value chain and trying to improve as well as working across the value chain to create the value. For us, it is something that's also very important to address here, that for us in SABIC, looking at the sustainability from two aspects. One, as where we are operating and how we are operating and what the impact that we create in the environment and how we reduce it, how we become sustainable, but at the same time, with the material and the solution that we are producing, this is something also to help our customer industry as well as the society. So we are addressing it from both, from where we are operating, but at the same time with the material and solution that we are providing. This is, you can say, the overall model for SABIC, or the circular carbon economy. As I said to you, that this is addressing all the 4 R's, and which is one, which is about the energy, but also when it comes to even the plastic recycling, which is one of the key elements that we are considering and addressing when I say that providing the solution and providing materials for our customer. If you see our carbon neutrality roadmap, and this is the contribution, biggest contribution come from reliability, process efficiency, as well as energy efficiency. And this is what I said, this is something related to the short term and our investment in that direction. Also, I want also to give the credit to KSA government establishing the Energy Efficiency Program, or the SEEC. This is something also creating on the industry is to start act early, which is started, I believe, in 2011. This is creating a momentum to act and to improve our efficiency, working together with them, which is based, I mean, the target that they are setting for us. It is a challenging, but it's also considering or based on industry benchmark. And if you see the rest of the carbon neutrality elements, I was just only focusing on the energy efficiency because of the topic of today's session. Energy efficiency, it is not something that you take it light. It needs fundamental changes or transformation even within the organization, which is a lot of effort need to take. First one is addressing people and organization. We're establishing a program for energy efficiency or carbon management, also having the people and the talent, including the certification, internal certification, and program competency to develop to ensure that this is a program sustainable. It's a continuous, because it's a journey. It's not something that you will do. It's a project that you will finish and you forget about it. No, will continue with you. Second is about the business performance and how we are doing, putting it part of our KPIs. Even the individual incentives, especially the leaders, it is part of it, how we are doing and what we are achieving globally. The last, which is about the standards, which is about the plan, audit, making sure the data that you are providing and you are measuring is accredited internally, making sure that before providing the data it's accurate and representing your performance. And this is the results. If you see the energy efficiency, as I said, which started in 2011, you see the progress. We are able to close the first cycle. Now we are starting the new challenges to the second cycle. And if you see the investment, we've invested in the first cycle more than $1 billion, and we are spending more than $1.3 billion in the second cycle. And we see the value of doing so because this is improving our efficiency. As you can see also in the graph, this is helping us in our carbon footprint and reducing the carbon emission. Alhamdulillah, during the 2021, we achieved 10%, or half of our target, 10% that achieved in 2021. Doesn't mean that the other half, it will be easy, it will be even more challenging, because what we are getting is the, you can say, the low-hanging fruit. I want to have a summary of the, or I can say that this is some of the thoughts that I want to share with you. As you can see, energy efficiency is a key enabler for decarbonization. This is something very important. And don't think about it the only solution. No, you need other solutions you need to take into consideration. Technology and also cost-effective solution. Deployment, this is something very important. You cannot rely in a soft solution or easy-to-do solution. You need some disruption in the technology. This will help you in the long run. Digitalization, and here is something very important, is about the accuracy of the data, about availability of the data to make a decision. So digitalization is something very important and need to be investing on. Regulation support, regulator support. This is something also needed. Understanding the challenge of the industry, the right incentives or the right support or enabler, as well as the infrastructure, it will help big time. Like, for example, what happened in Saudi Arabia, announcing the energy mix improvement, which is 50% renewable, 50% with the other sources. This is something very helpful in improving the energy intensity in Saudi Arabia, and this is helping us also. Collaboration across the value chain. I think collaboration is something very essential in this, because nobody can do it. Not a company, not a country. I think this is one of the best spots when it comes to the collaboration across the value chain. Also, getting access to the fund, because sometimes we are challenged to finance some of the projects to the extent we change the hurdle rate for approving any investment related to the sustainability within SABIC below our normal rate, just only to make sure that we can get approval for some of the project. Now, getting access to funds as well as helping executing some of the challenging, especially for the technology deployment, this is something very important going forward. The last, which is the most important, is you need people to do it. When I'm talking here about human capital, capacity, as well as capability and competency. And this is something very important that need to be addressed to have a sustainable pipeline of talent to help you. So with this, I'd like to thank you and give time more for the question and dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asherihi, for this informative and insightful overview of the energy efficiency achievements at SABIC, particularly the energy intensity reduction performance that's been achieved in recent years. This presentation sets a strong foundation for our discussion about energy efficiency. So with that, let's begin our discussion with a simple question to establish a common understanding at the highest level, which is, in your perspective, why are we prioritizing energy efficiency improvements? And from this lens that each of you can contribute your perspective, we then have a solid grounding to analyze some of the results and talk about the objectives for the future. So yeah, the first question, just very basic. What is the reason for prioritizing energy efficiency improvements? Anyone is available who has comments on this one? We can start with Mr. Terazawa, to my right.
Yeah, Japan, I'm coming from Japan. Japan has been dealing with energy efficiency since 1973, when we faced the first energy oil crisis. So there's much that we can talk about. However, energy efficiency is considered to be, by many people, not as sexy as renewable energies. You can see the tall towers of wind power generation, and you are impressed. But for energy efficiency, most of them, you cannot see them. And that's the reason why people do not pay so much attention to energy efficiency. But the reality is that energy efficiency has so much importance and potential. Our institute, IEJ, has conducted a long-term outlook, drawing a path for the 2050. Speak closer. And according to our analysis, energy efficiency can and should play as important a role as renewable energies. There are three benefits for energy efficiency. One is the cost. Doing the marginal abatement cost analysis. How much cost is required to reduce CO2? In many cases, energy efficiency measures come less expensive than many supply-side measures. And some of them come with negative marginal abatement costs. Can you imagine being negative? One of the easy examples is change the temperature of your air conditioner. It doesn't cost you a lot, but it lowers your energy bill. And that's the simple example that energy efficiency can be very cheap in many cases. My story, I visited the COP27 meeting in November in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh. People were discussing how we can resolve this global climate issue. But for us, we were freezing in the cold temperature. Before talking, they could a little bit adjust the temperature, a little bit, and they could have immediate results to the global climate. And this is one of the beauty of energy efficiency. You can do it right away, and it's cost effective. And this is very important today as we face the energy crisis and people feel the price hike. Through energy efficiency, they can reduce the energy consumption and lower their energy bill. And this is very important for the emerging and developing countries. Because of their strong economic growth and rising living standard, their energy demand is bound to grow. And many of them do not have the best resourceful economic means. So they have to strengthen energy efficiency. So the cost is the first advantage or benefit. The second is the speed. Most energy efficiency related technologies are already available. We don't have to wait for years for R&D. We don't have to wait for a series of demonstration projects. We can do it right away. And compared with many supply side measures like wind power generation, you don't need the permits and you don't need the long period of construction. You can do it right away. And as we face the energy crisis, global climate crisis, and the accumulation of CO2 does matter, it's better to reduce CO2 right away. So that's the second benefit of energy efficiency. The third one relates to Japan, an energy importing country. If, from Japan's perspective, if we can enhance energy efficiency, we can reduce the import of energy we buy. This may be bad for Saudi Arabia, I'm sorry, but it helps us. And having energy efficiency is a de facto indigenous energy. The more we enhance our energy efficiency, it's like having another oil field in Saudi Arabia. So energy efficiency is cost effective, it is fast, and it enhances the energy security. Today, throughout this conference, we have been talking about the trilemma. It's difficult, but energy efficiency relates to all three. It's good for the environment, it enhances affordability, and it enhances energy security. And this is a reason why we should highlight energy efficiency. And I'm talking from our experience of 50 years of struggling with energy efficiency. It's hard, but it's worth pursuing.
Thank you, Mr. Terazawa. Very interesting perspective that comes from a consuming country lens. Appreciate that. Who else on the panel would like to weigh in on this one? Please.
Well,
speak closer.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be part of this event and, of course, to share this panel with my esteemed colleagues. Well, I tend to agree with what Mr. Tsoye mentioned, but I'll give it a different perspective. A country that's recently adopted energy efficiency 10 years ago. I mean, globally, energy efficiency has been always in the epicenter of major energy strategies and policies globally, especially in the developed economies. And why is that? For a simple question, and this is the point of agreement with Mr. Tsoye, because it's the most cost-effective option to address the rising energy intensity or rising energy consumption, which will translate into GHG reduction return. To give a bit of context specific for the kingdom, over the past couple of decades, we've enjoyed a long period of economic and population growth, which came at a price of unprecedented energy, rise in energy consumption. And in the face of this challenging imperative over the past years, I would say 10 years, since the establishment of this, or since we embarked on this energy efficiency journey, we've seen the effective result. And to give another perspective of producing countries rather than importing countries, if you look at the, obviously we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we want to continue from other stops. Heating issue in Japan is cooling here in Saudi Arabia. So in a nutshell, the approach or the way we're addressing energy efficiency is quite similar when it comes to regulation, be it standards, be it labels, be it etc. The technical support, the technological advancement, the funding. So it's an effective toolkit that is applicable across the board, irrespective of you're a producer or not. Of course, minding the inherent differences between nations, but it has been serving us well over the past 10 years. We just started, the journey is still ongoing, and we have a clear roadmap to achieve what we aspire on that front. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, sir. Yes, Your Highness, please.
Thank you. I'd first like to begin by thanking the organizers, KAPSARC, for having us here today. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. Maybe just to elaborate more, or maybe just to even before that. So if we look at whatever net zero commitments, targets there are, right? All are ambitious, all are quite challenging, but key aspect of energy efficiency, and in any scenario, the underlying assumption is the gains from energy efficiency are front-loaded because of the affordability, because of the availability. Yet, we're quite far away, as we've seen from my colleague at SABIC's presentation, where the requirement is around 4%, we're 2 to 3x short of that today. Now, whether that is actually an achievable target depends not only on the usability of the current, at least in the industrial sector, the current available scope of technologies. We will gain tremendous benefits from there, but it also requires a forward-looking view in terms of investments in technology. Now, the reality of the current dialogue is it is hindering quite a bit of these investments as you look into the future, and volatility in the forward picture, whether the materials of today, the processes of today, the plants of today will be the plants of the future. And so a recognition of the fact of what gets us there has to also be consistent with our allocation of capital in research and development to ensure the availability of technology for future use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, this is a fantastic point that...
let me comment.
Oh, another comment, sure, please.
No,
Professor.
His Excellency, ladies, gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here, commenting on such important issue. Yes, I want to add a little bit on what the Prince has just said, and also your presentation. I would say that why we care about energy efficiency, because I think it's healthy. It's healthy in all sense. It's like going to the gym. It puts you in a diet that makes you stronger, more competitive, if we are thinking in terms of an industry. Industries that, or companies that take energy efficiency seriously gain important competitive advantage against other companies. And the presentation we see is a very nice and well-crafted energy efficiency on energy management program in line, I would say, with the ISO 50001. Okay, so I think that is very important. In terms of energy importing, energy exporting countries, I don't see much difference in terms of the relevance of energy efficiency. The problem is the same, but the benefits can be a little bit different. In the case of an energy importing country, certainly energy efficiency reduces the bill of imports, put you less exposed to international shocks on the energy markets. And for an energy exporting country, certainly if you become more energy efficient, well, you will have more energy that you can export, and you will have more resources to invest in different activities. So I think it's a good equation. In general, as you mentioned, His Excellency, well, there's a long-hanging fruit. It's the technologies that are available today. I think that there is no one-size-fits-all. We have different solutions. In general, in the commercial sector, at the household level, energy efficiency follows similar paths in terms of improving the efficiency of the appliance, improving lighting, heating, having construction codes to make homes more efficient. But once we go into the industry, and some industries are very complex, certainly we need to start looking more closely what are the measures or what technologies are available, if they are available, to enhance energy efficiency. And there comes innovation that is key. In terms of the projection that we have seen, or what is required to this carbon neutrality in 2050, where energy efficiency has a huge role, we haven't seen in the past the level of investment on energy efficiency that are required to achieve what those projections demand. I think those projections are a good roadmap on the ambition, but we need also to have a projection that is more attached with the reality, what we can do today, and what technologies we have today, and where we can go with what we have today. So in that sense, I think additional work should be done in terms of being more transparent of what is possible, what capital is available, and where we are going, because sometimes we have, with mitigation, we have also to work on the adaptation of the issues of climate change.
Thank you, Professor Raineri. So if I understand you correctly, we can work on energy efficiency instead of going to the gym. I like this plan. I think I'm going to adopt this as my own. I'd like to follow up on an excellent point that His Highness Prince Sultan made about the way we measure success and the targets that are set for measuring energy efficiency and changes. So the International Energy Agency estimates annual energy intensity improvements reached 2% last year in 2022. That's a big improvement from the pandemic years, to be sure. It was close to 0.5% during 20 and 21, but 2% is still pretty far behind the 4% figure, this is annually, that's needed throughout this decade to match the objectives of the net zero scenario. So I'd like to ask the panelists that would like to comment on this one, in your work to address and study energy efficiency, what does success look like, and how should we measure it? Who would like to? Mr. Terazawa, please.
Well, let me put that 4% annual improvement figure in context. I have some data. The global improvement in energy efficiency between 2017 and 2020 was 1.3%. That was for the 4 years or 5 years. And as I said, Japan, facing the first energy crisis in 1973, engaged in a massive energy efficiency efforts. And we were able to improve our energy efficiency by 35% between 1973 and 1990. 35% seems to be great, but on an annual level, it's about 2% annually, facing the crisis. And also, we had the great earthquake and the Fukushima nuclear accident in 2011. And that's another crisis we had. And all the nuclear power plants were closed. And in the response, we had to have demand-side measures because the supply-side measures were not available in time. And we engaged in a massive demand-side efforts as well. And what we achieved was that between 2010 and 2020, in about 10 years, we improved our energy efficiency by 20%. That's impressive, but on an annual basis, it's about like 2% per year. So that's the reason why even a 2% improvement every year for a long period of time is a very significant achievement. In fact, based on our IEJ's long-term outlook, we attach our assumption is a 2.1% annual improvement in energy efficiency between now and 2020. So while 4% is an ambition, but in terms of the reality check, achieving 2% every year throughout the period in itself is an achievement. But it is short of 4%. Does it mean that we should not try? We should try more. I'm giving my expectation as of now, 2%, but we should do more. And this difference between 4% and 2% may just appear to be just 2%. But this 2 percentage point difference every year, if you continue to do it for 10 years, I cannot do the complex math, but multiply by 10, so that's 20%. So IEA's net zero emission path towards 2030, in between, has its outlook based on 4% improvement every year. So just assuming that we achieve 20%, which is good enough from my view, But that 2% difference for 10 years would result in a 20% difference. So compared with IEA's outlook as of 2030, the simple arithmetic is that we will have 20% more energy demand. So that would lead to the question, once again, we need to do more to enhance energy efficiency, but the reality is that probably we will fall short of that 4%. And that difference, more demand, will only have to be satisfied by more supply. And that requires more investment upstream. And during the conference here, we have always heard that there needs to be investment for the upstream for fossil fuel. And this is one example, energy efficiency with a gap of 4% and maybe 2%, and even with 3%. That difference for 10 years would result in a difference in demand, which would require more supply and more investment.
That's a great finding and a great implication of our analysis here today. The implication for the upstream requirement and energy supply, even if what many would think are realistic objectives of those annual and compound changes are achieved. Thank you for that. I would want to, actually, first of all, housekeeping. You are all encouraged to submit your questions to us here on the panel by using the QR code with your phone camera, and we will get to audience questions later in the session. If there are no other comments, I'd like to ask the panel if other participants have input on this assessment of what success looks like, and then maybe we can focus a bit more on the situation here in the kingdom. Any other? Please, Dr. Sherhi.
Yeah, I think looking at the energy efficiency as a journey, and as we are assuming that our demand for energy is where we are today. There's a growth in population, and there is a growth in demand. So there will be growth in energy. So this will even the challenge, and the requirement for the energy efficiency will be more if you want to have a sustainable and secure the energy on the long run. So it is just going beyond the current demand. And if you see the figure, how much the investment required for the energy in the coming years, we are talking about trillions, not billions, but trillions. So I think without energy efficiency as a key enabler, I mean, going forward is something very important. So this is one aspect. The second aspect is, in my opinion, there are energy efficiency, low-hanging fruit, which is a kind of a soft, as you say, that this can be done. However, there are things which require innovation, which require the step change in the technology to help to get the 4% as you mentioned. So, in my opinion, this is a journey which required that, for example, looking for the investment going forward, and if you see even the decarbonization, we are talking about trillions to reach the decarbonization of the industry. One important aspect maybe, although it is not part of the industry, but energy efficiency is required for all the sectors, because not the industry is the only consumer of energy. There are the transportation, there are also the buildings, etc. So also the other sectors, it is as important as the industry when it comes to the energy efficiency. And maybe Nasser, he's known this in our energy efficiency, the center, they are looking for all the sector, not only the industry.
Excellent point. Thank you, Dr. Fad. And building on your introductory presentation, the keynote presentation that highlighted the achievements specifically at SABIC, I would like to ask Mr. Al-Ghamdi to describe a little bit about the state of play of energy efficiency generally here in the kingdom. I mean, we have focus on outside of transportation, certainly in energy world, on cooling, on building insulation systems, on water desalination technologies. What are the big initiatives here in the kingdom that we're most enthusiastic about?
Yeah. Thanks, Clay. I'm quite biased because I'm not going to highlight only the big ones. I was privileged to be part of the founding team members of the energy efficiency program 10 years ago. But if you look at what has been done so far, I mean, rightfully, like Mr. Fahad mentioned, Dr. Fahad mentioned earlier, the scope of our energy efficiency in the kingdom is beyond the industry. It's the biggest consuming sector, but like any other countries, the building and transportation represent a significant amount as well. I mean, for multiple initiatives in transportation that spans from rolling tire resistance for tires, the corporate average fuel economy, which resulted around 3% of improvement in annual basis for the past 6 years. Same goes with building. Nearly 30 standards and regulations have been developed and shaped, and even in a dedicated chapter within our building code for conservation and efficiency. Not only that, we've started even to tap into to stimulate the full potential of the savings in the building sector. We've launched a couple of incentive scheme or incentive programs targeting air conditioners, obviously because cooling represents more than 50% of the energy consumed domestically. One program to stimulate the high efficient ACs purchase, and the other one is currently in the pilot phase to replace old and inefficient ACs. We've established a dedicated company following the Super ESCO model with the objective of retrofitting all public buildings. We're talking about more than 200,000 buildings. And the objective, of course, to build a thriving ESCO sector within the kingdom. Today, Tershid, which is in a company that was a result of collaboration between us and the Public Investment Fund, is targeting nearly 3,600 million street lights, around 200,000 buildings to be retrofitted, public buildings. Additionally, an industry which is quite relevant to most of the audience here. 10 years ago, we started the energy framework for industrial plants with the objective of putting some sort of energy efficiency requirement to drive the most consuming subsector, cement, steel, petrochemical, and aluminum, to achieve certain aspirational target. It's been a journey, and I mean, in this specific business model or policy, and even across other policies, what we've done is, I would say, there are 3 key takeaways that helped us build a pragmatic policy or standard or regulation or any endeavor we worked on over the past 10 years. I would say the first one is, while it's important to have a strategic direction, to know where we want to reach, but it's equally important to start and follow a bottom-up approach and build a strong thorough fact base to come up with something that is ambitious, but at the same time achievable. And this goes back to the 4% and 2% point that was raised by my esteemed colleagues earlier. Another, I would say, key success factor was the bringing everyone together. You cannot develop a policy behind the doors without engaging with all stakeholders from day one, be it private sector, industry plants, regulators, end user, consumers, etc. And I believe bringing everyone together and opened our eyes about some mechanics that are not clear without having that one table setting where everything is cleared and the implementation is cleared and the requirement is clear, to have and also to have the local context of your policy as well. And this resulted accountability, buy-in, consensus, and of course the ultimate achievement of the objective, be it industry or other sector. And last but not least is in energy efficiency, we truly believe that every little bit counts. As my colleague rightfully mentioned, as simple as setting the temperature, cleaning your AC filter, doing some housekeeping will be reaping the benefit. So every little bit counts. And we truly believe that today's wastage is tomorrow's shortage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Ghamdi. Here in Saudi Arabia, the industrial sector is the largest source of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion. I believe it's nearly half of the total. Now, the Saudi Industrial Development Fund has a program called Tanafusiyya with an energy efficiency component for qualified projects. Prince Sultan, could you please describe what this program hopes to achieve for energy efficiency in Saudi industry, and are there some results to share so far, please?
Sure, thank you for the question. I think before I get to that, we've spoken about what potentially success looks like. I think it's equally important to address what it takes and put that in the perspective of what SIDF is doing as well. So I think what it takes, there is certainly a role for governments to play. There's certainly a role for private sectors to play, and there's most certainly a role for funding institutions and development finance institutions to play to incentivize the right behaviors, the right investments. And I think Tanafusiyya is SIDF's particular offering to encourage the private sector players, whether it's the SABICs, even the smaller players, to invest in energy efficiency, but also to invest in automation and digitization. And I think both are interlinked. We usually speak about them differently, but if we think about it from a resource productivity perspective, even capturing and realizing a lot of the energy efficiency gains that result from more efficient equipment and whatsoever is also related to getting your physical assets connected. Right? It's about process, it's about performance, and it's about the efficiency of those performance. So Tanafusiyya is a funding offering. So we fund the private sector for undertaking any energy efficiency or digitization projects or upgrades. And it goes up to 20 years, and when we cover up to 75% of the project cost. Recently launched, obviously, as part of SIDF's revamped strategy. We've supported projects close to $1 billion now. That for us is not ambitious enough, nor is it close to where we believe success looks like. So, and we expect to remain net lenders to this particular program for the foreseeable future, and hopefully for it to be accelerated in the recent coming years. Also, the program in particular is developed and consistent with the national strategies and strategic objectives, whether those are related to the Ministry of Energy, the center, and we look at it as well from a solution perspective. So we don't only wait for clients to come and offer our projects, but these are also marketed by solution providers. So we sell whole solutions. So we have 13 or 14 solution providers who have obviously signed agreements with SIDF. These are the Siemens, the GEs, the Honeywells, and the likes. And so when they offer their services, which begin with energy audits to the solutions, they also offer a funding solution that's provided by the fund. And that's how we plan to take it to market, and that's how we plan to contribute to the kingdom delivering on its objectives and hopefully succeed in those.
Thank you, Prince Sultan. Please.
And I mean, just to add on Prince Sultan's point, this just gives you the beauty of how synergies are being conducted within even the different government sectors. By offering or requiring energy audits and through licensed and certified energy auditors or ESCO companies or industrial assessment consultant by the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center, the government now is orchestrated and works in harmony in how to enable each other objective with a common objective. And I mean, this is a good example that I missed, but I'm glad that Prince Sultan highlighted that, which helped us a lot. And we noticed that even in the industry sector and the application that for the companies to provide those services.
Thank you. Professor Rainieri.
No, I want to comment first. When we talk about how we measure energy efficiency, and we are looking at it as energy intensity. It's something that makes me to think a little about what is behind energy intensity. What we see behind energy intensity many times is the industrial structure of a country, and that is changing, is evolving. Okay, so using that as a measure of energy efficiency can be very misleading. If we think in the mining industry, the mine is a live agent. The ore grade is changing all the time. We think in Chile, you have to go deeper and deeper. You can do it much more efficiently, but if we measure it as energy intensity, you will get will be in the red line. So it's an issue that we have to look carefully how we measure energy efficiency. On the Chilean story of how we got involved in energy efficiency, well, we are more on the Saudi Arabia side, not in Japan that has, and the US that have a long history of energy efficiency experience. We started in 2005 with an energy efficiency program with some target, trying to measure, to learn, build capacity. In 2010, we created the National Energy Efficiency Agency that depends from the energy minister. That agency today is called Sustainability Agency. And in 2021, we created, we approved an energy efficiency law. Energy efficiency law that mandate that large companies, very large companies, have the obligation to have an energy management program to enhance their energy efficiency. So, and on the other side, programs are very similar to the ones that you have commented in terms of energy audit for small companies, supporting, creating new standards, labeling. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Maybe just highlighting the investment, because not sometimes you find the right solution to invest in. So we established part of the SABIC program, the Internal Energy Credit Program, where our company, they are exchanging the energy credit, which is something very helpful that some plants, which is very old plants, is very difficult, at least for the time being, to fix, versus where you have an affiliate or a company or a plant that with a small investment that you can achieve bigger energy, at least to serve in the short term. So this is something we found it very helpful about exchanging credit between the company internally, where they finance internally the project between each other. Instead of spending, they can spend elsewhere and they get the credit.
I'm just curious, how long ago was this exchange of credits program?
Well, this is in accordance, this is by the support of this is the enabler, the energy efficiency, and now they are allowing even to go and do it beyond your boundary. This is something very helpful in achieving the big the target, rather than just only be bigger impact and overall, rather than just only a very specific. So it goes according to the cycles of the energy efficiency or the Saudi energy efficiency program.
I see. Thank you, sir. Well, I think that we have a point to address the issue of energy subsidies in our conversation about efficiency, especially during the global pandemic downturn, and also in the inflationary environment that has followed. Many governments have handed out energy subsidies and reduced fuel taxes. So I guess my question is the desire to help people who are suffering hardships, and it's understood, it's valid, but what effects have we seen on energy efficiency performance from these subsidies and changes to the tax regime, and how should we balance what seem to sometimes be competing prerogatives? Please.
Well, I think we cannot forget the political dimension, the social dimension. Okay. Here in the kingdom, the gasoline price is cheap. is a little bit below international prices. There have been made some reform, increasing gas and natural gas and gasoline prices have been increased, and I was in a concurrent session that they presented the result of those increases and were amazing. How was the impact on energy consumption? So what you saw is they removed some inefficiency that was there. So I think having the right prices is key to promote energy efficiency. You will not do any energy efficiency, or efficiency is something that is very cheap or free. Okay, so you have to feel the pain of what you are buying to take care about that. And in terms of the political dimension, in terms of crisis, as the energy crisis that we are seeing today, the impact that this energy crisis have had in European countries, people is having a pretty bad time. It's understandable that you, from a political point of view, will subsidize that, but certainly this cannot be a permanent issue, so you should have in mind that you have to remove those temporary subsidies in the short term.
Thank you. Johannes.
So, Clay, thank you for the question, because I think it was a good reminder of the fragile state of the world and the people. We tend to focus a lot on the E of the ESG component for good reasons, but a lot of times, especially when we speak about the developing world, we tend to forget the S. But in the entirety of the energy transition conversation, we forget that an energy transition for those in key population centers and ones that are growing, whether that's Africa, whether it's rural India, the energy transition there is very different, right? In a lot of places, the primary source of energy in stoves is still burning wood. Transitioning them to LPG is the energy transition for them. But the S, we can't forget the S. And I think it was an unfortunate reminder, obviously, due to the state of the world and the fragility of it. It happened in the developed world, and we saw, obviously, the response. And we can't anchor on the realities that we have today as well. We also have to take into account, for this to be successful and for us to deliver on a decarbonization achievement and goal, this cannot neglect the S, and it also cannot be ideologically driven. It will not be a single source of energy, it will be multiple. It will not be a single set of solutions, it will be multiple.
Thank you, Prince Sultan. Mr. Terazawa, you've researched this and you have some ideas about the cost of subsidies?
Yeah. I used to work for the Japanese government, but I'm out of the government, so my views will not represent the Japanese government for sure. One of our lessons is that after we faced the first oil crisis in 1973, the biggest reason why our industry engaged in energy efficiency was the rise in the cost. The price of oil jumped by 4 times at the time. So in order for the Japanese industries to stay competitive, they had to strengthen their energy efficiency. So the pricing mechanism is probably the strongest driver to realize energy efficiency. So killing the price mechanism by putting into place across-the-board subsidies to nullify the price effect, I think would be counterproductive if we are to pursue energy efficiency. I understand there is a political necessity, but probably taking into account of the political necessity, moderating the extreme rise in the price is okay, but killing the total price increase effect will be counterproductive. And also, if we consider about the low-income households or the small and medium-sized enterprises, which will be hit badly by the price hike, rather than having across-the-board subsidies, it's better to have a targeted, focused subsidies to those most affected sectors. And rather than keeping these kind of energy subsidies for too long, it is better to have a time limit to how long you would have this energy subsidies. But this is my view, but the reality is that the Japanese government put into place 3 trillion yen. To turn into dollars, take 2 digits away, roughly speaking. 3 trillion yen to ensure that the across-the-board costs for power and gasoline were lowered to a reasonable level. On the other hand, we supported investment for energy-saving equipment for the companies, and also, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. And we provided subsidies for offices and households to have insulation for their housing and buildings. But the total amount of budget we are putting into place for those measures is just 1 trillion yen. 1 trillion yen in itself is great, but we are spending 3 trillion yen to lower the across-the-board price, whereas we are spending just 1 trillion yen, 3 to 1, on measures that can have a long-lasting effect to improve our energy efficiency. So this is something probably not just Japan, but many countries are facing. Do we deal with the problem of today, or do we deal with the measures that can help today, but as well as the future? And I think this is an important issue that IAEE can tackle.
Thanks, Mr. Terazawa. Is there another comment on this question? Please.
I mean, I will divide the question into 2 parts. The first part is, do we need, in the first place, do we need subsidy? And I mean, from the energy efficiency lens, if we look at, I call it the triangle of energy efficiency. There is the regulation, and there is the awareness, behavioral change dimension. But guess what? Most of the end user will not, some of the end users or the consumers, be it companies or people, might not respond to the first 2, be it regulation or awareness for financial reason. So to complete the addressable, I would say, approach when from energy efficiency lens, it's important to consider that. That's the first part. Subsidy is important in the energy efficiency policy or any other sustainable, I would say, policy. The other dimension is how to prioritize those subsidies, because, I mean, typically a lot of people or a lot of programs or agents are competing to access those funds or those subsidies. And putting together the right, I would say, return on investment at a national level, at the end user, considering the social aspect of things is crucial whenever we want to, I would say, pitch for a subsidy program or an incentive scheme that will stimulate certain initiatives or programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghamdi. Mr. Terazawa.
Just to qualify my comments, subsidies to help companies invest in energy efficient equipment, that is, I think, justifiable. Subsidies to lower the cost of energy to avoid the price mechanism is something that we have to look into carefully. So in terms of energy subsidies, these 2 are very different. Sure. And I'm in support of the subsidies to incentivize companies or households to invest for the future, but subsidies to lower the costs across the board should be done in a very careful manner.
Certainly. And I tend to agree with you, because definitely there are other externalities when you opt for the first one. There is employment, there is economic contribution, there is value add beyond the actual, I would say, instant solution or immediate solution for a price hike or affordability.
Thank you. Dr. Sharihi, you have a comment on this one?
I'm saying we need both.
Well, I have one for you. Previously we mentioned the role of the efficiency improvements in energy supply. I think that SABEC has some experience with reducing energy intensity at some of the olefins facilities. And I'm wondering, could you please describe what's worked well and could be scalable and repeatable in the downstream segment, potentially in other parts of the world, in other countries?
Sure. I think this is mainly technology driven. So there are some soft changes, like through optimization, and some changing hardware. And the hardware could be something very simple or something major that need to be changed. And this would depend how old your assets and how old your equipment. Because one important element which is specific, for example, in KSA, that many of the plants built at a time where energy efficiency is not a factor. And even the prices or the competitive prices of the energy at that time is not very important when it was built. So this is creating some kind of deficiency at that time. Now it is any plant that built is almost matching the quartile one. So leaving, you can say, marginal opportunity for improving the efficiency. So the way that I see it, is there are some simulation, there are some optimization tools help when it comes to the, specifically for the cracker. There are some technology that adapted or hardware can be installed by debottlenecking that help a lot. One important element which is hitting also the energy efficiency is the plant reliability, which is the unplanned shutdowns. This is hurting two things. It's not only the energy efficiency and the GHG, but also your productivity as well as your profitability. So addressing also the energy, the plant reliability is something very helpful on to sustain your performance, and whatever you achieve, you need to sustain it, if not improving it. So I think it is more of a technology specific, but something that it can be shared and utilized is about the energy system. It's about how you accurately looking at your instruments. Something very simple, which is about the calibration of the equipment. As simple as this, all the way to changing hardware as well as software.
Okay, thank you for describing these elements. We've got several questions here that relate to SMEs, small and medium enterprises, and the approach to energy efficiency in this segment. And I wonder, Professor Rainieri, you've seen very large corporations with a very large energy intensity footprint. Do the SMEs deserve a different or a separate treatment from these large industrial corporations? Or how do you think about the treatment for SMEs?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think it's very important. Well, if we think a large corporation, SABIC, they have a lot of engineers, people with a diverse career, so they can manage very well in terms of looking where they can enhance their efficiency. And what you need is the political will of the board to give it as a mandate. They care about this. And in general, sometimes you even don't need the political will of the board, because it is money that you are wasting. Okay, so if you are a good business manager, you will take care of that. When we go to small, medium enterprises, we face I would say, the market failures that in general justify energy efficiency policies. Asymmetric information. Okay, so small companies in general, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the capabilities to make an energy assessment and find where they can make improvements. They face problems in terms of access to capital. So if they have to replace equipment that are cost effective, sometimes they face problems to access to capital. So in that sphere is that we see that well-crafted government policies can be very helpful in terms of communicating, in terms of sharing best experience, in terms of supporting these companies eventually with energy assessments. So you subsidize the energy assessment, then you can help them supporting to buy the equipment. So I think it's a different animal, I would say, when we go to small companies, and they deserve a different treatment.
Thank you. Your Highness, the thought from the kingdom's perspective on SMEs. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll give the Saudi context as well. So if you look at the private sector in the kingdom, this is not an exaggeration, this is reality, right? So actually 99% of entities are SMEs. In terms of quantity, right? 1% are your large corporates. So they comprise the significantly largest share. If I would use banking as an analogy, you would treat any solution or any incentive system or anything that you would offer as a channel has to be something that you can offer to retail versus something that's tailored to to corporate clients, right? So even if that means dealing with a little bit of slack in the system, actually getting the support there and ensuring that they actually can adopt energy efficient elements, even if it does not give you the highest bang of the buck, is much more effective from an approach perspective. So when we design incentive schemes or we design particular offerings, it is much more, it's much better to optimize for getting the support out there and trust but verify, rather than doing a complete different approach of specific energy audits and all of that, because it will not be sufficient, it's not enough. The second aspect as well is on each single SME, no matter subsidies or without subsidies, the cost burden is not significant enough for them to act, for every single one. Collectively, it's quite substantial. And so I think that has to be taken into perspective as we develop solutions. How do we take them to market, and what things do we incentivize?
Thank you, Prince Sultan. Dr. Fahd.
Yeah, I think maybe for SMEs, and maybe you need to have a different business model where, like for example, the benefit sharing, and this is common in, for example, places like in Europe, where somebody come and invest and share the benefits with you. So this is something that could help that about the affordability. If I cannot afford, but somebody having a solution, come and invest and sharing the benefits, this might be helpful for the small business.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Terazawa, a thought on this?
Yeah. Many people consider Japan as a country of Toyota or large companies, but as all of you have been saying, the economy is run by SMEs for Japan as well. And without being successful for the energy efficiency among SMEs, we will never achieve energy efficiency. In fact, energy efficiency among larger companies have already been achieved substantially. The remaining sector in Japan, one sector, is the SMEs. And what are the challenges for the SMEs? First of all, frankly, they do not necessarily know what to do. So one of the measures we have introduced is send consultants to provide energy audits, to give advice and find areas of waste that can be improved. And some of them do not necessarily require money, but those advice, expertise is extremely beneficial. But some of the actions would require investment, and unfortunately, most SMEs do not have the resources, and that's where subsidies or low interest loans would be very helpful. So the combination of consulting, energy auditing with the financial incentives would be a key to achieve energy efficiency among SMEs.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Al-Ghamdi, please.
Certainly. I mean, if I may add, it's a different perspective. I mean, if you look at SMEs, you know, as individual entities, it's a modest, I would say, consumption. But collectively, like His Highness mentioned earlier, they represent a significant amount. And I think the potential of adopting common practices that will help SMEs. They're not super energy intensive industries in general, I mean. But practices like energy management system, ISO 50001, will build a culture. And I'll come to you why it's important. It's not about the culture, but it will not cut my bills, or it will have zero impact on my, I would say, cost structure or operating cost. But if we start with building this culture, and we're planning to do that. As a matter of fact, after the next scope is to cover the next 7,000 industries through energy management system. This is the first step. After that, training the right, I would say, the human capital development that Dr. Fahad highlighted earlier, the last point in his takeaways or summary slide, is another important element. SMEs that provide energy audit and energy solutions or retrofitting services to serve those segments. But this will require instigating the demand and creating a supply and demand as well. And without putting all those blocks into one context, and by the way, this responsibility and accountability lies to us as well, to other government agencies that will promote or instigate the urgency of having such, I would say, such enabler. Creating this market will serve a new, I would say, sector that will serve that segment, the SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a couple of questions that have come in related to the so-called rebound phenomenon or rebound effect. And I must confess, even though I have a master's degree in economics, I had to study up on this one in order to learn about the phenomenon and the challenge. So rebound effect basically means that once efficiency gains are realized and achieved, there's a tendency to increase usage of energy with sort of the rationalization that it's not so bad or not so costly as before. And I wanted to ask our panelists, are there any specific cases in which the rebound effect undermined an energy efficiency program? And do we have recommendations to mitigate the risk or lessen the effect of the rebound phenomenon? This is for any of our contributors who would like to address it.
Well, let's assume that we are rational. Okay, so if I have a gain in energy efficiency and that makes me available some additional resources, some additional money, eventually I can expand my operations to other areas, or I can increase the size of my company. So I don't think that we can think that there is something negative for this increase of energy after the energy efficiency have been gained.
Okay. And Sultan, please.
So I think the problem is the assumption. Yeah. I think everything that usually starts with assuming we are rational usually does not end up being. That's the unfortunate reality of things. But I think the best tested mechanism, and I think this does not relate to energy efficiency by itself, but the rest of the solutions and the whole discussion around the energy transition. At the end of the day, the best mechanism that has been tested via time to ensure the right behaviors via the right incentives is a market mechanism. It's not efficient, it's not always driven by rational people, but it is the best mechanism. So I think any story around the entirety of the energy transition, whether it's energy efficiency, whether it's the sources of energy, whether it's reuse, remove, whatever it is, we have to make a case, and it has to be clear to market participants for why this creates value. If that is not clear, then all great and dandy, but ultimately, we will see reversals. We will see undesired behaviors. So I think clarity there is particularly important. There are ways to go. We are making leaps, absolutely. We are making bets in the kingdom, right? People forget. As they come to the kingdom, we have many validations across the way. We are investing significantly in renewables. Wave 1, Wave 2 projects. Today, many commencing and operating at world record efficiencies. SIDF, right? We are investing, we are the largest investor or provider of capital in the form of long-term project finance in green hydrogen, in blue hydrogen, in 2 EV facilities in the kingdom. Right? We're not saying neglect everything else. We're actually investing heavily. But at the end of the day, and we're making these bets as well, there has to be clear market mechanisms for these things to work.
Very well said. Thank you, sir. Mr. Terazawa, are you concerned by the rebound phenomenon, or do we?
I agree with His Highness, Prince Sultan, that you have to convince the players about the necessity for energy efficiency. But what we have found, especially for the industrial sectors, is that first, with the energy crisis or oil crisis, they had to do it. But after achieving energy efficiency, what most companies found was that enhancing energy efficiency is lowering their cost, enhancing their competitiveness. So for all the industries, generally speaking, whatever achieved in energy efficiency were kept in place because it was in the best interest of those companies to be cost effective and being competitive. The bigger challenge would be among the consumers, the households. They do not necessarily face the kind of competition or cost effectiveness, and that's where we may have the rebound. I talked about the adjustment of temperature for air conditioning. Before the earthquake we had and the nuclear accident in Fukushima, the office temperature was about 26 degrees Celsius for summertime. It was raised to 28 degrees Celsius under the crisis. But after the crisis went away, the temperature went down to 27 degrees Celsius. So it's interesting. 2 degrees Celsius raised during the crisis, 1 degrees down. This is a rebound. But we still have had 1 degree remaining as an improvement. So it's certainly a rebound effect, but there's also a recognition among the industry people that this is good for their competition and maybe even for households. Maybe this is a level which they feel comfortable as well as lowering their bill.
Yeah, but those are preference eventually. Have to do with preference. You like it 28, I like it 26. So.
Well, I think that I've learned as a moderator for plenary sessions to end on an optimistic note. And this last one, that behavior changes can really take hold and become a permanent feature of the landscape, gives me optimism for the future of progressing the energy efficiency initiatives all around the world, not only here in region. So I want to thank my esteemed colleagues for a thoughtful and insightful and informative discussion today. Even though we got through a lot of questions and delivered plenty of answers, I also have the feeling that we're scratching the surface and there's plenty more to come in our IAEE dialogue with regard to energy efficiency. Please join me in thanking our panelists today. Thank you very much.
Your Highness Prince Sultan bin Khalid Al Saud and the distinguished panelists, thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite you all to join us for the second coffee break, followed by more concurrent sessions. Please find more details on the agenda as well as on the application, and thank you very much for attending.
that delineation. Basically, data is copied into the model. We want the data to be
What is
still
it? Yeah, it's a separate
delineation.
input file.
Separation, yeah, separation.
Now I understand. That's it.
So does anybody need a printout?
I don't.
All good?
I have it. It's very noisy, huh? Very noisy.
Yep.
You feel like warm.
Yeah, it's a
Very heat. Very heat. Look at the screen.
Hello?
Hi. Okay. Sorry.
Good?
Yes, good.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session of the day. We're going to be following the path of focused on pathways to clean, stable, sustainable energy future. So given that context, our goal is to focus on models and simulators. The idea here is to devise the models and simulators. When I say simulators, it is a policy scenario simulators in a way that it is easy to data wrangling teams or the data wrangling engineers, easy to modelers to manage their models, and at the same time, it's easy for policy stakeholders to consume the stories that comes out of the scenario simulations. So that's what we are trying to address. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amarnath. I am the director for products and solutions here at KAPSARC. The charter of my team is to primarily collect, wrangle, clean, and get the data out to modelers to improve their efficiency. Once the data has been supplied to them, we come around once the model work is complete, take their model, build a web policy simulator tool that can work online and easy to tell the stories or the insights that comes out of the model. So it's all about data, models, cataloging, and simulation software. That's what my team here does. KAPSARC identified this as one of the strategic assets way back in 2015 during fall time, that we need to consider the data and the tools as one of the investments that is common shared services for all types of research programs that we have. So without further ado, allow me to introduce my fellow distinguished, esteemed panel speakers. Let me start off with Dr. Andres. He's a professor of energy and transport at the UCL Energy Institute. Then with me, I have Dr. Baltazar. He is associate professor of economics, again at the University of Vigo. Then we have Michelle, and Dr. Michelle is fellow in energy and minerals, because minerals is on our roadmap as well, which just began this year, to collect and understand the energy, economic, and minerals nexus and its impact for the policy pathways. We have Dr. Diego as well. He is a young postdoc researcher, completed his research at Imperial College in London. Now he's working at Aramco as the researcher focused on geospatial an energy economics area. Allow me to introduce David as well. Comes with very international exposure, spent time in North America, Europe, now in Middle East, again working for Aramco as a senior economist working on energy economics subjects. With that, let me quickly run through, if I missed any of the accomplishments by our key speakers in here. Again, as you see, Dr. Andres spent enough time in, again, US and UK as well, very closely working with the airlines. He's a trained aerospace engineer, now working on energy economics and systems modeling. Coming back, Dr. Baltazar has been working with KAPSARC as well in last 10 years or so, helping us on various macroeconomic models and insights. We are looking forward to work with Dr. Michal, coming from Baker's Institute. We want to learn. We are new at KAPSARC on the minerals, looking forward to learn. Again, Diego, he's working on spatial. We have a special program in KAPSARC on the spatial, so looking forward to work on that and learn from him as well. Again, David with a multifaceted background on the energy economics. So the topics that each one of them is going to be covering is in here. I'll be focused on more about models. How do we make modelers' life and policymakers' life easier from a technology perspective? I come from a computer science background, and we want to find ways how we can help the modelers. And when each of them goes through the remarks, you will see the topics. So with that, let me talk about a few minutes on the open data platform that KAPSARC has. So since last 5 years, we put together this data portal, and it is open. You don't need login, password, anything likewise. All you need to do is search in Google, KAPSARC data and tools. It'll take you there. So any data that we use within our research, as long as we got it from the open websites, we crawl around 300 websites to pull the data, make them consistent, add it into one format, and share it in the portal. And it is open for the world to use it. Once we have this data, this is the list of models that KAPSARC has worked in last 10 years, around 39 models precisely to add on. Each of the model comes with its own complexity and its own inputs, outputs. We are trying to figure out how do we catalog it and make it generic such a way it is easy for us to build the simulators on top of it. And on the right side, you see the simulator examples that we have built. And I'll show you a link where you can find it. This is one example where eps.kapsarc.org, where you can go and see some of the inputs that is being supplied to the model. You can browse them, and you can run 50 and odd scenarios and see the impact onto the policy. What we are trying to envision here in KAPSARC is to build a simulation lab. So what that means is that any model that we use, we should be able to allow other users to also run the same model. So for that, at this point, around 15 models or so, we have built the simulators, and it's already on a website. You don't have to log in. You can join them. Unless some of them needs confidential data in it, then you need to contact with us, and we can set you up to see if there is a way to access. Here's the list of the models on which we already have the simulators on the left, and the list of the models that we are going to be working. If any of these is of your interest, we are happy to work and collaborate, because the innovation cycle will propel when we collaborate and coordinate. Here's some of the examples of the simulators that we have worked on, the input, output. So when you look at these models, whether it is a CGE model, partial, full equilibrium models, balanced models, input-output models, econometric models, agent-based models, you name it, there are models that there exist. And we are trying to make sense out of which models will be applicable, for what scenarios, which models should be using, and that models, what data we can supply, and once we have the data model lined up, what simulators we can help them to tell the stories using that. We are approaching this more from a product
development, product management, and a software services type approach so that we have good products that can evolve over a period of next decade or so. I'll quickly skip. This is kind of an evolution of what kind of models that we worked here in KAPSARC. And let me focus on this slide for a minute, where some of the key challenges that we had to run through while we were developing. Like this year, we're going to be developing around 5 or 6 simulators. Challenges are data availability. We talked about it enough. Each one of you is aware data availability is always a challenge. And then when you find the data, it is not very clear on the use terms. Meaning, what do you mean by use terms? The publisher hasn't very clearly given the license explanation of when we can use what we can't use. So now there are evolving standards like Creative Commons, ODBL. You see them on the right as the screenshots. So I would strongly urge the data publishers to refer the standards, thereby the modelers and the data wranglers know how to use the data. Again, there are challenges around data versioning and recipe versioning. What do I mean by recipe? When you get the administrative data from Statistical Institute, wherever you get from, you always do some transformation so that you can fit into your model, or you can apply and supply into your model. These recipes are so precious because your model outputs depends many times on how you consumed your model. So what we are trying to practice at this point is, if these recipes can be stored in Python, in spreadsheet, whatever the format, you got the input data, whatever the recipes you applied, we are trying to catalog these recipes and also make them available for the users. So you have data available, recipes available, and now you are able to use those recipes into the model as long as the models are open source. So that's another key challenge, because we find models, we find the data, but we don't know what magic has been done before they supplied into the model. And delineation. Many times the modelers inscribe the data within the model, and it becomes very difficult for a database management and versioning. Another challenge is the crosswalk across the models. So how do we take elasticities from one model and use it in another model? And where are the assumptions, and in what context can we use, cannot use? These documentations are less. So we are trying to get to a point where we could record, document, and attach them along with the simulators, like how a commercial software would have its help files and reasonings and methodology, all of them in the simulator attached. So, and also based on the last 15 simulators that we have created, we have arrived at a user interface which we think is generic enough. And I'm looking forward for the feedback to see if there are other items to be added so that we could use a one user interface template to tell the story of the model insights. So there are some solutions, either be creating the bots using Python, Beautiful Soup, and other technologies. Technologies have evolved quite a bit in last 5 to 10 years. Many of them are open source. You go into GitHub repository, which is the world's largest repository of all the software code, you pretty much find 60% of the answers that you want to do. Either it is with data wrangling, or it is to do with manipulation, or creating the user interfaces for your model outputs. We have a solution. This is one of the design patterns where we came up with, saying there should be a policy selector where it selects the levels of what scenarios you can run, and you are able to save the policy settings, and we are able to browse the inputs in the simulator, and you're able to see the assumptions the model uses in the simulator, and the methodology papers attached to the simulator software. And then you are able to see the output, you are able to slice and dice the output, and have the APIs into the model, so one model can connect with the another model without going into user interface, and have the reports associated with. So this is the pattern that we are going to be using as we go forward. Looking forward to work with those who are interested to gain feedback on it. Again, we take the models from the researchers, whether they worked on the GAMS, UViews, MATLABs, whatever. We make them as almost like a commercial software, which is available for the energy stakeholders to use. And we use the modern technologies, be it Angular, React, and others, to basically translate the model into very easy to use interface. So with that, I am wrapping up my closing remarks. Again, it is easy to find many of our tools and data sets, so just Google KAPSARC data and tools. It will get you there. We will find ways to collaborate. With that, we will go on to its opening remarks there, but again, with that, Dr. Andres, take it away.
Thanks, Amar. Good afternoon, everybody. I was already in a session at 11 a.m., which looked at data in a similar context, and I already described the activities of my lab at UCL. So in case you were there and you wanted to check your email, now would be a good time to do so. So what we do in my lab is we simulate the global air transportation system. And in particular, if we change a little bit here or there, if we add a new runway at a capacity-constrained airport, if we introduce disruptive technology, hydrogen aircraft, electric aircraft, and the like, or if we introduce climate change policies, then we are interested in understanding how the system responds. So you change something here on one end, and you see impacts propagating all through the other end of the planet. And of course, this requires modeling. And the models that we produce, they're all open source. So we try to make them available to the community and for the society at large to produce a common good, if you want. And an important part in order to generate credibility, we need to validate these models. And what we do is we publish papers also on the validation alone in international leading peer-reviewed journals. And in addition to that, we've got a very thick manual in which the key equations are all reported and all the coefficients of the underlying regression analyses and so forth. Now, Amar had a couple of key requirements or key challenges. So one was data availability on use terms. In terms of that, we cannot make available the input data because of data confidentiality. This is very expensive commercial data, so we have to take that out. But the workhorse of our models, this includes the coefficients that are based on these commercial data, and the model is fully operational. You don't actually need these data, and you could actually re-engineer these data to some extent, obviously not at the level of confidence that you would like to have. The use terms are also clearly specified. So this is a Creative Commons license. I believe we use the MIT license, which allows you to use the model for personal and commercial purposes and to modify it, and you're not forced to make it available for the community again. There's a version control, and Amar already referred to it as a critical challenge in order to be able to reproduce the model once. And also importantly, all the input data are in, now I don't know how many, whether it's only one or multiple input files. There are no files embedded, there are no input numbers embedded in the code. And the person who has programmed and coded the model is a very savvy and a clear thinker, which helps, of course, and a very experienced programmer. User interface, in this particular case, don't expect anything glossy. It's an academic model, and the expectation would be that you know how to operate Unix and the like, which is straightforward by itself. So most of these key challenges are actually satisfied. It is certainly easy to use, and we used it in collaboration with industry and governments to advise them on certain policies, and it's also widely used in the community. The IAEA uses it for their aviation assessments. The French Ministry of Transport uses it. The UK Department for Transport wants to use it. Various, big, what's the right word? Corporations use it in their respective research departments and so forth. One concern, of course, that we have, and we've got already experienced, is the misuse of the model. So you can easily use it, and you can post-process the outputs, and then claim that this is the result of that particular model. And this makes us a bit uncomfortable, but we haven't found a strategy yet of how to deal with this aspect. But otherwise, I think we have experienced very positive feedback, and I think I'll leave it there.
Great. Good insights. Maybe one follow-up onto, are there ways to delineate within the model open versus private data? And at some point, we need to find proxies to replace commercial data. If you cannot, we cannot, but we want to attempt. That's where we are trying to approach to see, because if you have to improve the pace of research, it is very important. The elements of what goes into research has to be reproducible. And in many cases, it's not. We're understandable. Say, one anecdote example, like Elon Musk's flight is always tracked by a student, and he posts where he is. If that can be done by somebody using whatever the technology that exists, are there similar ways that we can, you think the future computer scientists and the digitally very able new generation coming in will have ways to get the proxies for this expensive data that we cannot allow them to reproduce or share?
So if we look at, for example, the demand model, which is it's a function of income and population and income distribution, Gini coefficients, and the airfare. And of course, you need the observations in order to estimate the model. Yes. The observations and the airfare, so the passenger kilometers and the airfare, these would be the commercially sensitive data. You can have easily access to the other ones. So in terms of income, household income data, population data, and income distribution data for urban areas. So making assumptions or getting approximations for the travel demand would allow you to infer about the airfare, for example. So it is possible within limits, but there's still some uncertainty associated with it.
And model may be able to manage with that kind of proxy data at some point.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Well, with that, Dr. Baltazar, your opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Amar.
Because it was too far away.
Yeah. Thank you, Amar, for the invitation to participate in this panel. I just want to make some general considerations about the use of models for policy analysis, and those considerations are just based on my experience using macroeconomic models for policy analysis with some elements of energy policy too. In most disciplines, we always start with a question. It might be a policy question or a question not necessarily related to policy. And we tend to use formal models. Why do we use formal models? We want to use it because it's a way to introduce scientific discipline into the analysis. And this imposes us a certain coherence in the description of the agents, markets, and mechanisms that operate in the model. Models are important, but not only because they give us quantitative responses to the implementation of policies, but also because allow us to understand what are the transmission channels of the policies. In general, we want to understand the transmission mechanism through which the model operates. So the idea is that we should avoid black boxes. We know that models become bigger and bigger, and every time is more a challenge to avoid this temptation of use a black box and only focus on the final results of the model. As George Box used to say, all models are wrong, but some models are useful, and a model is no more than a simplification of the reality. But for that simplification to be useful, it needs to have the key ingredients, the key elements to answer the question we want to analyze. And what I consider important is that in order to determine what are those key elements, theory and data, they play both an important role. These necessary ingredients sometimes lead us to a methodological election between different types of models. For instance, if you are interested in a question that requires a model with a higher disaggregation of the economy, you would probably choose a CGE model because it's providing, has advantage providing more granularity in the results. But if the question requires a dynamic approach, for instance, with agents making intertemporal decisions under uncertainty, then a dynamic stochastic framework will be more suitable for it. Another important element to build a useful model for policy analysis is the calibration or estimation of the model parameters. And following the discussion this morning, the main issue here is to have higher quality data and enough large time span to have parameters estimated with a high degree of precision that would affect the precision of the results too. And another element which is also key and is frequently missing, I would say a little bit less in academia and a little bit more in policy practitioners, is the validation of the model. But the validation of the model along the relevant dimensions of the economy. If we follow the positivism of Friedman, the validation is less about discussing the realism of the assumptions and more about the ability of the model to explain the empirical regularities related to the object of our analysis. For instance, if I want to analyze the effects of stochastic shocks in an economy, something that we are currently doing for the Saudi economy, I want my model, to validate my model, I want it to be able to reproduce the business cycle regularities of the Saudi economy. Otherwise, I cannot take my model seriously for the policy analysis. So for me, the validation is an inexcusable step to legitimate to use the model for policy analysis. So as a summary, I would say that we have specific models to answer specific questions. Of course, there are models that can answer more than a question, maybe fiscal and monetary policy together in a model, but no model can answer all the questions. And the ideal model, it doesn't exist. There are different types of models which maybe emphasize different characteristics of the economy, or they are able to address different issues, but at the end of the day, there is no model that can do everything. So I will leave it at here.
Great remarks. So you pretty much walked through scenario, calibration, validation. My only question would be, can validation be beyond modeler's exercise? Of course, we talked about the peer review, journal publication. We will definitely go through rigors, but is there a way to open that up validation process to much larger community beyond no? So is there a value? Is there a reason to do it? Any comments around it?
No. Of course, there is a reason to do it because it's a central aspect to take the model seriously for the policy analysis. So a serious researcher should do it himself, but well, the referee process of the journals is like the test that the papers have to pass. And ideally, if you open up a model as we used to do here in KAPSARC, that we allow other researchers to validate the model, to criticize, and maybe to find ways in which we can improve the model along different dimensions that they were initially planned.
Great, that's a great segue. Yes, we talked about in the morning, we want data to be social. You're able to comment, critique, yes, I can use this, I can't use this for scenarios. Similarly, hopefully at some point, even the models
has comments right there on digitally where people can comment on it. For that, we need to have digitally enabled models that allows that kind of features to be residing along with the model. So with that, next, let's, Dr. Michelle, let's bring in data, critical minerals. It is new for me, at least. Looking forward to hear from you, the opening remarks. Please take it away.
Okay, the first challenge is working the microphone. So before I get to that particular thing, Amar, I want to step back a little bit because I'm not a modeler, because I don't have the data that I would really love to have to model the things that I think need to be modeled. So I'm probably in the worst of everybody on the panel in terms of that. I also think a little bit of context would be useful to come forward to the problem where we are today around the world, all the things that we want to try to do and the information that we think that we need to have in order to do it. I was reminiscing with some friends yesterday, so I'm going to date myself. When you have a more than 45-year career, you have all kinds of adventures, and when I was a graduate student at the Colorado School of Mines, if you wanted to do something rigorous, you punched your key cards and took them down to the mainframe and hoped that all of those folks down there actually got your statistical model together the way that you wanted to get it. I mean, that, from there to where we are now is quite a difference. In those days, if we wanted to know something about petroleum systems, we had the American Petroleum Institute's hard copy books, Adam, I'm trying to remember whether they were quarterly or annual, but that was the data that we had available to us on oil production, oil supply, natural gas, and so on. I don't think the International Energy Agency's monthly oil report existed in prior to what, 1985, right? So Bureau of Mines on the mineral side, everything was hard copy. The Bureau of Mines would do these beautiful annual reports, the state of the minerals industries in the United States, what they knew about what was going on abroad. That was the world that we lived in. Mainframe computing and data on paper and very scarce data. I mean, our country, was data rich, such as it was. The rest of the world, data poor. Flash forward to today, where everything is online. We have the power of computing on our smartphones. We can run simulations, we can look at visualizations, and all of that. And we expect the information at our fingertips. And the problem is, it still has to be curated. It has to be collected, it has to be measured, somebody's got to pay for that, it's got to be verified, you have to understand it. And at a time like this, when everybody wants to know who's producing nickel, wherever, you're going to pay for it. It's mostly going to be proprietary. And because there's money to be made in the data provision information businesses. You can, subscribe to Dan Yergin's organization and be able to see what's going on in different countries with different mining projects, different minerals output, processing, and so on. But unless you have the budget and are able to pay for that, you're not going to get that information any other way. The dilemma is the institutional catch-up, so that's one of the gaps. We've come so far on the energy side. The Energy Information Administration, our EIA, has just done an enormous service of putting information out in the public domain that's trustworthy, and it's still not enough for all the things that we'd really like to know, and everybody realizes that. IEA has done the same thing. We went through a very tough process of building JODI, the Joint Oil Data Initiative, to try to resolve really hard issues in oil reporting. We're finally at a place where we sort of think we understand what countries are telling us, what national oil companies are telling us about oil production. The periodic table is 118 elements, and we need to know this about every single one of them. And I know people would like to be selective and say, well, only these elements are important, only those metals are important. But if you think about one part of the complex, which is electronics, semiconductors, which control every energy technology and system that we're talking about implementing going forward, that is all 118 elements of the periodic table, plus reagents, solvents, a lot of them that come from the oil and gas value chains, noble gases, and lots of other things that are absolutely critical to material supply chains, cathode-ready materials, precursors for battery manufacturing, and for the electronics that are going to make all of these systems work, much less the infrastructure. So the learning curve on this question, what do we know about the non-fuel mineral side of the equation? How are we going to deal with this? Is huge. And I have no idea how it's going to get funded and who's going to do what. I don't even know in our own, in the United States how we're going to get this done. What we've done at Rice, just to help the public understand, I mentioned this yesterday on our panel on food, water, and minerals. We took the U.S. Geological Survey data on non-fuel minerals production by country, by year, everything that we could get, which exists essentially in paper form, PDF. And we scraped it so that we could build a longitudinal logical data set that we could work with so that we could begin to visualize the data and actually understand what's going on, which countries are producing what, who's got the commanding market shares, where some of the issues are, and all of that. Someone in Washington is going to have to do this on an official basis with our government data in order to solve and start to close the public information gaps. And even our data set doesn't really help to educate people on the complexity of the problems. So who's in control of the midstream, beneficiation, processing, smelting, refining, and so on? How is stuff getting shipped around? It's very hard to track that in the UN trade data. What about quality? I made the comment yesterday, not all of the tonnages are the same. We have variations in quality of nickel, manganese, graphite, lithium, and so on that result because they occur differently in the earth. They have different requirements in terms of processing. This has implications in terms of who is going to do what, at what cost, and in what time frame. At the other end is the customer trying to figure out how to develop coherent supply chain strategies, and governments that are trying to figure out, on the whole, at a national level, what a coherent supply chain strategy looks like and what resilience means in all of this. So we're in the beginning stages, the very early beginning stages, and that ultimately is going to affect timing, ability to satisfy targets or ambitions. One, I guess, last comment to kind of wrap this together in terms of what it is that we have to think about doing. I've done a lot of energy sector development assistance in a lot of different countries, mostly on U.S. government projects, USAID, State Department, and so on. One of the best things that I've seen around the world in donor assistance is help to countries to prepare their data. Because if you're a nation that wants to lure investment to your country, if you want to have competitive bidding to try to get energy projects off the ground, whether it's oil and gas exploration and development, mining, or other things, even infrastructure projects, you have to have a viable data room. The best thing that can be done for a lot of countries that we're going to rely on for raw materials sourcing is to help them figure out how to build those data rooms. So this is an appeal to all of us in the room, to the kingdom, to KAPSARC, as you engage with your colleagues abroad, to bear that in mind. And this is true across Africa. It's still true in Central Asia. So in your own neck of the woods here, there are still huge, enormous problems with information and information transparency in order to know what we can do and where we can do it. So I think that, you know, I think that's a very tall order. I don't know how we're going to accomplish it, except, you know, that we have to just start today and begin to think about how we're going to build the information, the data inventory that we need to be able to execute.
So that's a great summary of where we were to where we are. The work that was done with Jody data, having their catalog, which is, if I remember right, IRIS data dictionary, where every term that's used in Jody data has a definition, and conversion factors, quality of fuels, how do you specific gravities, and how do you count the volumes. So such type of work in the minerals there exist, or it has to be built? That is one question. And are there models around minerals, or is it too early to even talk about models that forecast the minerals demand and supply and things likewise?
So there is high-level gross data, you know, and I mentioned this yesterday. So in addition to the USGS, which is what everybody goes to, even for their own countries, which is pretty funny. You know, if you were Bolivia, we wanted to understand what your lithium reserves were, the best place to go to look is going to be the USGS, because that's probably the most reasonable estimate. I mean, you know, and so we do have a start. We have a start with USGS. We have a start with what the World Mining Congress has tried to put together, but it's not detailed enough. It's not. It doesn't capture other parts of the supply chain. If you were to go to the EIA website, or even Jody as it is now, that's what we need on the minerals side. Nobody is doing this yet. So that's the simple answer, I guess, to the first part of the question. And then in terms of, what was the second part?
So are there any models that you have?
Are there any models? Oh, well, you can pay Benchmark, you can pay Bloomberg, you can spend money and get their forecast of whatever they think, you know, how much is going to be required in the battery metals, for instance, to satisfy demand. I'll tell you that none of those are sensitive to any of the conditions that I pointed to yesterday. So none of them account for demand-side factors, shifts, substitution, alternatives, changes in technology, competing uses, and the effect of competing uses. It's very narrow, very siloed, very insular. All they're doing is counting battery factories and trying to estimate what that means in terms of tons, which I think is a complete waste of money. So it's not that I don't like these folks. There are good people there, but we're, again, in the very beginnings of all of this, and I wouldn't you know, really waste a lot of money on it.
Thank you very much. So with that, let's now have the introductory remarks from Dr. Diego. From the 4 decades of experience, insights that we learned. Now, Dr. Diego is fresh out of the university, just completed the postdoc, has his hands-on to Python and geospatial tools. And so please go ahead and give your perspective on data models and simulators.
Thank you, Amar. Also, thank you to the panelists, and thank you to the organizers. Yes, I would like to introduce a provocative question, we say in the academia. How do we arrive to these levels of emissions right now? So, and I want to blame ourselves, energy modelers, because we're supposed to be the ones that inform policymakers and also inform firms to take decisions. So, based on that, what we were doing back in our team is try to see, okay, how can we change that? How can we introduce more realism in models, so to take a little bit more realistic decisions? So then we found, just to summarize, we can classify models maybe in 4 big groups. We have the optimal growth models, general equilibrium models, partial equilibrium models, and something that is coming now and is getting popular, the integrated assessment models. And within those integrated assessment models and also partial equilibrium models, we can have energy system models. So for those models, in overall, there are two main schools of economic thought that rule the assumptions, how we treat data inputs, how can we do the calculations, and how we finally do the analysis of the results. So this we call it the mainstream. The mainstream is what is called also the neoclassical approach, and also we call this post-Keynesian economic theory. So basically, the mainstream consider firms and consumers, we call it agents as well, as a representative single entity that take prices as given, make rational choices with perfect knowledge of the market, and the rational expectations, optimal expectations as well, to maximize utility or welfare. Something that we call it hyper-rational representative agents. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, we have this post-Keynesian school of thought that recognizes the imperfections of the system based on inequalities, imbalances, and efficiencies. Human beings, we introduce those imperfections in the system. So while the mainstream systematically disregard the connections between human beings, natures, and institutions, and only leave the connections between commodities and consumers, or firms and consumers through commodities prices, so we finally disregard or neglect the limit of the nature in this analysis. So while the mainstream considers, for example, heterogeneity of agents as a source of bias in the analysis, post-Keynesians, they consider it as a source of realism in the analysis. So there is these two main schools of thought that we need to deal with in order to treat the inputs and do the calculations and finally have results and analysis to inform firms and also policymakers. So, but both schools of thought leave some room for a third path or third way of treating data. So when we see this, we can still identify some challenges in modeling. So one of those is capture the special dimension or within models, as what you were saying. So for example, just in a single city, the income can vary across in different places. And sometimes we assume the same average income for the whole nation. So the same thing can happen for energy demand. Just the energy demand can vary from one city to another. And what we assume in models in general is the average energy demand per capita to introduce in the models. So another challenge is the introduction of the human dimension, that we can, for example, parameterize or define how consumers make decisions. So there are some specific rules. For example, if right now I ask you, how many of you have this specific brand of cell phones and this other specific brand of cell phones? Definitely we are going to have a range of different brands of cell phones. But then I ask you, what were your specific investment goals to pick that technology? We are going to have different results. So maybe some is because fits their budget, fits their expectations, or maybe just they like it. So the same thing applies for energy technology. For example, if we are in a household and we need to meet our energy demands for heating or cooling, so sometimes we just want to keep the same comfort as we have before. Or maybe it's a person, it's a family that they want to have a more environmental friendly technology. So there are different investment goals that we need to consider in the analysis as well. So for that case, we need to run long or national-wide surveys in order to have that specific information. So then we have other challenges, for example, addressing transparency and reproducibility, and also capturing the complexities of the whole sector. But right now, just to finish, I would like to, how can we introduce this realism, capturing the spatial and temporal dimension, and the human dimension in the models. And we found that basically there are 5 key characteristics to define these agents in models. So first one is agent heterogeneity. So we need definitely to define agent heterogeneity within models, and we found that could be just with 3 characteristics: the level of income, the energy consumption per capita, and the propensity to consume energy. And then we need to define agent diversity, because we are all different. So we can do with a range of parameters here. For example, budget to allocate for energy technologies, the level of demand, technology stock, what is the current technology that we are using right now, cultural and socioeconomic characteristics. There is one specific one, which is called the Human Development Index. That is a very interesting metric, because we have the level of education, the access to health, and the quality of jobs in a single metric that we can define diversity for specific agents. And then how these agents evolve in space and time. Also the decision-making processes, as I just said, these investment objectives, how we pick a technology and how to finally invest, because that at the end is gonna let us know which fuels is using that technology, that finally at the end we have the mix of fuels and technologies. And finally, we definitely need to introduce this, what we call exogenous constraints, like policy constraints and also market constraints within the model. So I leave it there. That is something that we are researching. How can we introduce this realism in the models in order to provide more realistic insights to policymakers and firms?
Great summary. One follow-up question is the technology evolution, and you talked about index. If you can, elaborate a little more, that will be helpful so I can understand. And also, since you coming in from the academia to Aramco as an industry, so how has the technology life cycle, as you as a researcher, what tools and technologies you use to approach in solving a problem versus what's being used in the industry, and how do you bridge the gap? Any comments around that will be helpful.
Oh, thank you very much, Amar. It's a very interesting question, because when we start these discussions, or when we start to look what is the best approach to solve to address a specific question, yeah, tools are key. So some of the models out there are black boxes. You cannot access to them. You don't know what are the main assumptions. You don't know what are the main inputs, how they treated that data, how they develop the code. You don't know that. You just use them. Even if you hire these consultancies, companies, you don't know exactly. They never release the data inputs in either the scripts to see what's going on behind. So definitely we need to develop new tools. Now we have open source tools like R and Python. In my case, I use R, Python, QGIS, which all of them are open source softwares. And right now, actually last year, we just released the model that we developed at Imperial, which is called Muse. You can Google it, Muse, GitHub, and you can download it and start playing with it. The same issue as my colleague said, obviously we cannot release the original data that we use because we have different policies to follow there. So, but you can use your own data to start working with it. And you can see the code behind, you can see how we do calculations, what is the algorithm behind, what is the main assumptions, and there is a range of documentation right now to start using the model. So, yeah, so far, I think the key is to develop our own tools based on this chance to leave the people, leave the public to see if we are doing something useful or something that can be used for their purposes.
Right. So we'll come back to the index question later in the follow-up question. With that, let's now, David, with your international exposure on all sides of the continent, just go ahead, take it away with your opening remarks.
Thank you, Amar, for the kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation to sit on this panel. So I'll split my remarks really into two. One, I'll put on my far less than Michelle's experience as primarily as a modeler and an analyst industry, to just sort of sketch out how I think the developments in technology and shareable models as well as simulation tools, I think have helped or can help fill in capacity gaps to help evidence-based policy making. And then the second bit, I will talk, again, having been an ex-regulator, looking at how, again, technology and visualization tools and things like that, developments, can help policymakers inform and give access to a much wider audience on regulation policy decisions, some of the trade-offs and that kind of thing. But I'll do that by effectively less technical and perhaps using a few illustrations. So I arrived in Saudi Arabia about 9 years ago. It was a couple months after the King Abdullah City for Atomic and Renewable Energy had issued a white paper where they were effectively proposing to develop 54 gigawatts of renewable by 2032. Now, that may not necessarily mean much, given obviously we've, I think, just hit 1,000 gigawatts or terawatt hour in terawatts in installation, but at the time, the total cumulative capacity globally was, I think, something 120. So it was perhaps one of the biggest announcements, you know, a fairly huge moment in terms of the solar PV. And so, of course, there were lots of questions among stakeholders in Kingdom. How much is this going to cost? How does the cost of PV compare to, you know, why should we compare to building more CCGTs, for instance, cost competitiveness questions. We're talking about jobs. Where are those jobs going to come? How many of those jobs are going to go to Saudis? So there's a lot of, clearly, as you can see, policy questions around a fairly key announcement. And one of the interesting things now, on the data side, obviously with technology, around the globe, you had a lot of data beginning to be accessible, but not less shareable models. But at the time, the likes of the US National Renewable Energy Laboratory, for instance, were actually ahead in this. So you could go to the NREL website and you could get the JEDI models, which were economic impact models, where you could, for various renewable technologies, you could get access to, you know, I could send some of the younger analysts in terms of, you know, level cost models, where you can, you know, the idea is obviously training with new technologies where there's no context, they can train around how to make models, simple policy models, but also for those of us who are a bit more seasoned, it's understanding, you know, what cost assumptions are other people using, performance of new technologies and that kind of aspect. Now, fast forward, you know, 5, 6, 10 years later, and this is impressive development. The capacity has clearly now been built in Kingdom, and car care is an exemplary center of excellence, an example of that, where, you know, we have all these shareable models. Car care itself has been able to develop a long suite of data in terms of solar and wind yield data, very, very detailed information, GIS, that, you know, that you can share. The General Authority in Statistics now has published, I think for the first time, an input-output table. So the capacity took time, but now it's there. There's a lot more interesting work being done by analysts and researchers across the Kingdom. And I think this is one way where I presume the experience, if you mirrored it across the globe, someone sitting in Chile, for instance, trying to understand how can I model the cost of techno-economic cost of renewables, perhaps would have reached to those kinds of shareable models. And I believe as and I think it's pertinent now with energy transition because you're seeing the same challenges. You know, we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about CCS. There isn't necessarily, and there's a lot of fantastic reports by academics, but also organizations such as IRENA and IEA, but they're often slightly black box because, you know, the input assumptions aren't necessarily as clear. What cost did you use for your, you know, for your cost assumption or technical specifications did you use? And I think when you have shareable models, they, in a sense, it keeps the analyst honest because you have to present it and you have to show it, and I think it gives sort of a shared understanding of a lot of these things. So I think that's one way where I think if some of the big forecasters and some of the big modeling organizations step up, share a lot of those, then you build sort of like capacity in terms of understanding where it's not really a question of the costs of, the cost decline rates for green hydrogen just too aggressive, and that's why we're getting this massive, build-up deployment in these particular technologies. So I think it has helped, and I think there's still a room for a lot more scope for the likes of the work that KAPSARC and others are doing to be able to build that shared understanding and but to the next point, I think for policymakers, now putting on my policymakers, having worked with the Ofgem, the UK regulator, for a while, and I remember, again, another sort of similar experience. I think when I was at Ofgem, at the time, one of the biggest issues was the cost of energy, of electricity bills. And the reason for that was we had a big ramp up in the UK in renewable energy. And so, of course, massive transmission and reinforcements, investments, and those aspects. And you had renewable obligation costs weighing on, and so the regulator has to step up and has to issue and inform the wider public in terms of how much of your bill goes to which constituent, and that has to be shared with trying to manage expectations and manage in terms of people, the media and other aspects. And I was going back, I think, to the Ofgem website, I think this past week, and I looked, obviously, the more the world changes, the more it doesn't, so now the drivers are different. Russia, the war in Ukraine and the impact, particularly on gas price, mean bills have risen, exponentially, well, not exponentially, but considerably. And so the same issues, the public, want some fairly easy understanding in terms of what's driving the cost of bills, and so Ofgem steps up. But this time you see a bit more than we were doing. Back then, there's a bit of visualization tools which tells you can estimate in terms of what the impact, particularly of gas price would be, and other. And it's not necessarily specific to Ofgem. You look at the ways the IAEA present some of the work. There's a lot more interesting work, technologies being used to, particularly for wider non-technical audience, present fairly very simple concepts, I think, in a way that helps the public understand some of the trade-offs. And I think this is particularly going to be useful in the context of we've been talking a lot about pathways, but pathways, multiple pathways, trade-offs that you choose, and with very, very different implications. And I think, particularly in discussions about the energy transition, this is where visualization tools by policymakers would be very, very useful, because if I go to, say, for instance, the National Grid, Future Energy Scenarios, which publishes similar work for the UK, being able to see in terms of what if we choose perhaps not go fully electrification, or what if we minimize the role of hydrogen? What are the implications at a very, very simple, non-technical level? So I think technology and smart use of technology is enabling that. But I would, and I know our focus here is on models, shareable models, simulation tools, but I'd go beyond that, I think, to the wider technology set. So, for instance, one of the things that I've enjoyed the last year were the Oxford Energy Institute, for instance, with a podcast series where they're talking about, they had a series, and I think on Russian gas, a couple of series. So those are, it's an example again where you're using technology, not necessarily for visualization or other aspects, but to try and either share wider concepts, wider research, and I think in ways that's definitely, I think, kind of interesting and ones we should be promoting. So I'll stop there.
Great. One follow-up question, though, is that there are two extremes, right, where everything is open. Data is open, and model is open, and simulator is open. To another extreme, none of it is. I think, to be realistic, every organization, if I ask Aramco to keep their open models open, they're not going to. It's not at their vested interest to share all the trade recipes and secrets out to the world. Similarly would be it IAEE, I heard like IAEE is a black box 3 times in this conference already. So
But there need to be somewhere a happy medium where at least you can get the calibration data out. Like, for example, the cost data is out. You may not know all the components of it, but there is a layer, there's a abstraction layer of calibration data that is available for you to use and, into the context you need. So what are your thoughts around, well, data is open, at least I think that is the lowest common denominator. At least make sure that is open where it is possible. And wherever it is already private data coming in from the paid subscribers, we need to quickly find the alternates, proxies, and share among the modelers. So that way, the academia and others has some starting point to go with. And then your thoughts on, is there what elements of the model, if we make it available, if not the entire model, will be very useful for economists and modelers, you think?
So I'll have to paraphrase, I think, as my fellow panelists also mentioned. I think a large number of models are all obviously typically designed to answer specific problems. So in a lot of cases, they're not going to be shareable, and there will also be fairly large in-house models which answer more than one. You're in the power sector, for instance, which is my area of expertise. If you have a large, Plexus model, it's not necessarily feasible that it's going to be shareable. Yes. But having said that, I think to your point about the commercial sector, you're right. I think there's always going to be sort of like barriers in terms of sharing that. But what I find interesting is even for the content providers who sell that data, there is now a move to be a bit more openness. So for instance, yes, subscription to Bloomberg New Energy Finance as an example is incredibly expensive, but at the same time, I think if you do subscribe, you can get almost all their suite of models and those kinds of assumptions. So it's not just the data and then the reports anymore. So I think even in the commercial sphere, I see good tentative moves around that kind of openness that helps build the capacity. Now, I'd love that obviously to be shared also on the public side, but I think that's really around, that will take time. It will take potentially national initiatives where, say, for instance, in the Kingdom, if we feel, there have been a series of initiatives taking the Kingdom as an example. A couple of years ago, there was a big initiative on open data. So a lot of agencies were publishing the data. And if we do feel, I think there's a clear need to sustain the efforts like what KAPSARC is doing and to a certain extent GSTAT is doing, then I think there's really every merit to fund that so that you have that wider pool of models. I don't know whether that.
Great. Great remarks, each one of you. Let me quickly go by one question each, and then we'll open it up to the floor for the questions. Starting off with Dr. Andreas, how to make transport models available to energy stakeholders? You said your model is there, that's great. And a follow-up would be, how complex are these models? And what are the resource requirements if I need to take your model and make it operationalize it?
So the first question, I think we discussed to some extent already,
yes,
in terms of how we make it available. In case you're interested, you can download it or download them in the meantime from our website, atslab.org. And there are essentially two models. One is a integrated aviation systems model that has one global representative airline. And that's a simplification. And the only one or two other models that have been built in that space have very similar assumptions. It makes the model run very fast. So I think it takes half an hour to an hour to run, the annual time steps from today until 2050. The simplification has drawbacks, of course, because it only looks at the averages it looks at whether the adoption of specific technologies is economic on average. So it doesn't take into account market heterogeneity, which is critical if you look at the heterogeneity, particularly in the airline market. There are low-cost carriers, there are network carriers, They've got different aircraft, they've got different networks, and as a result of that, individual technologies may be cost-effective in specific markets. So let's assume, all-electric aircraft operating along the essentially bus routes in northern Norway. They might be cost-effective, but this one global representative airline model may tell you it's not cost-effective on average and will not introduce the technology. Now, this market heterogeneity you get in return with a much more complicated model, because then we need to model each individual airline and maximize its profits within its network, and various decision variables that determine under what conditions the profit is optimum. And we do the same for airports, because they can set the aeronautical revenues, and the charges are then passed on to the airlines, and there's an iteration between these two. So that's getting quite complicated. And in this case, you also need an optimizer, which you need to link to the models. And the resource requirement in this case is significantly larger. So when users think about using any of these models, they of course ask the question, what does it cost me? Do I need to hire someone in order to operate the model? In the first case, it's probably half a person to a person. In the latter case, it's certainly more than one person. And some government agencies, they make the effort and generate or find the resources for the first one. But the second one, we have no experience yet, because we're only about to make it available.
Thank you for that. Next question, maybe Dr. Baltazar, for you. What is the expectation on the information, the policy expectation itself, and credibility of policy analysis? You kind of covered it, but how do we ensure the credibility of the models continue to stay high?
Well, before answering that question, and somehow related to that, I want to have a comment.
You may want to keep the microphone a little closer.
Sorry. I want just to make a comment on what Diego said about this dichotomic vision of the macroeconomy between pure neoclassical or pure Keynesian view, which to my view as a macroeconomist, I don't think it's true anymore. Now, modern models consider nominal and real rigidities. They consider a variety of heterogeneous agents, for instance, because there is difference in gender, because there is difference in productivity, in many other things. So I think that in macroeconomics, we don't have anymore this ambition to have an holistic view like in the old ISLM model or the neoclassical synthesis. I think that we are something, there has been some advance on that. And regarding to that, in the advancements in the last decades about the design and evaluation of policies, now the models explicitly consider different decision-making processes, as I said, for different type of agents, rigidities, etc. Constraints, and something what is particularly important is the uncertainty sources that we have. And one that I consider particularly important, which is the policy uncertainty. So models now, they specify what is the available information and how the agents use that information to form expectations, not only about the behavior of the future, the variables of the future, but also about the evolution of economic policies. Among those characteristics, there are two that I consider particularly important. I already referred to those two, that are having models that are dynamic and stochastic. Why do we want to have models that can be dynamic for policy analysis? Because for many issues, that is crucial to distinguish between the short run and the long run effects of policies. For instance, yesterday there was a paper by some colleagues here in KAPSARC, Anwar Gassim and Lama Yassen, who is just in front of me. And they had a beautiful paper about the success of of energy price reform about around the world. And to study that issue, one question which is important is to distinguish between the short-run effects and the long-run effects of energy price reform. We know that an energy price reform is going to be welfare enhancing in the long run. But in the short run, there is a lot of pain, a lot of negative effects coming from the reform, and that can make the reform economically or even politically unfeasible. So when we try to design an energy price reform, it is key to consider the difference between short and long-run reactions. Another key element is the uncertainty, and to have what I would call non-arbitrary mechanisms to form expectations for the agents. Why? Because that will allow us to consider how the perception of the economic agents are going to determine what are the effects of the policy. For instance, if the government establishes a subsidy for electric vehicles, the results are not going to be the same if the agents consider that the policy is going to be temporary or if the agents consider that the policy is going to be permanent. The shift in the demand for electric vehicles is going to crucially depend on how they perceive this policy. So another aspect which is quite related to that is policy credibility. For instance, if the government also commits to a certain incentive policy, let's say, for instance, establishing feed-in tariffs to promote renewable energy, but later on, because of economic crisis or fiscal discipline or any other issues, they reduce the incentives, what is most likely going to happen in the future is that the new policies will be less effective. Why? Because the government just loses credibility on that, on setting those policies. So they are going to think that there is a non-zero probability that in the future the government is going to reduce those subsidies, so that there is a tool that allows us to really believe completely the government. And this is, by the way, what explains why central banks always carefully communicate any changes in monetary policy, because credibility is paramount for the success of the policy. So just summarizing, not taking into account these conditions, dynamics and uncertainty can lead to unintended consequences of policies.
Well, thank you very much. With that, why don't we open up to the floor, the questions. We may be able to take 3 questions. Here we go.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. In the list you had, these models. I also recognize some of them are familiar, but the online policy simulator is not available, which is understandable. There would be licensing term issues in some of these models. Now, in that sense, I think this is a very good thing that KAPSARC is doing, developing their own models and making policy simulators available. But then, because these are not well-established, well-known models, the user needs to trust the models. And in order to trust the models, so I need to ask, one, is the model code, are the mathematical equations, the model formulation available? And second, what about the validity of the models? How did you validate those?
Yeah, I'll take this question. Very good question. So number one, we do have, for most of the models, unless it is just a visualization, like for example, PV calculator could be one visualization. Each one of them has a methodology paper. It's already available. It's usually a 20-page document.
with equations, assumptions, everything narrated there. And that's one of the requirements to become a policy simulator. As far as validity is concerned, again, this is where the use comes into picture. As long as many of these papers already gone through peer reviews, journal, publish, etc., so definitely it has gone through a level of validation. But we are still seeking the feedback. Hopefully the academia will pick it up and they'll start playing with it. However, now what we are doing is these models not only being research published, we are now actively engaging with the ministry and using these models to solve their specific use cases with their specific data and producing the results and also giving a specific tool for them. So this is the way how we are approaching the validation. Yes, it's a long journey. Our journey began 5 years ago, roughly, and I think we are only 20% there. So it's going to be a little longer journey to get there. Any other questions on the floor? Somebody get the mic, please.
So I very much appreciate also your efforts, and we also at Vienna University of Technology, so in our groups we are entirely working open source in that respect. So my question is, do you have an idea how to, let's say, because at present every PhD more or less develops his own model, puts it at GitHub or Zenodo and so on, that somehow the different, let's say, communities, how to cluster the communities, that they somehow in an extremely efficient way get, let's say, involved into these modeling networks, so that in the next 5 to 10 years, not hundreds of open source models for a similar topic will be somehow developed and available in GitHub, and that things are, let's say, narrowed down somehow and accepted then on a certain, let's say, platform or format.
I guess let me rephrase the question, like, will there be hundreds of models coming in, and how do we network these with the right experts so that the models can evolve over a period of time, I guess is the question. Anybody else in the panel would like to answer that? Go ahead, Dr. Baltazar.
I have the experience for macroeconomic, dynamic, stochastic, general equilibrium models in which there has been developed open source software, and around that software it has been developed a community of modelers with forums and a conference and etc. So the basics of the methodology is shared among all of the economy. So that's my experience on that.
Yeah, one another example I could quote, there is a group, I'm pretty sure Dr. Andreas is involved in. It's called International Transport Energy Modelers Group. Again, all these models are not open source, some of them are, but 13 models have come together, modelers of their own models, and how we are engaged with them or trying to engage with them is, well, can we supply a common open data set that everybody could possibly use it. They may choose not to use it, but at least they could use one possible data set so that they can explain and compare the results of these models. Because at the end of the day, each of them is a transportation model, and the forecast shouldn't be varied like this and should be close converging at some point. And if possibly they use the same data set and we version this data set, and if the modelers call out a particular version that we have used, possibly that would explain and a better way to see the model outputs are not too much variant. So those could be two examples. With that, any other questions on the floor? Here we go, please.
Thank you so much. I have a question to Dr. Michel on minerals and I mean the problem that you explicitly mentioned in gathering and measuring data in the mineral sector and mining. So and here in the kingdom, we have ambitious goals when it comes to mining, and we have a national mining company. And we also, after achieving carbon circular economy goals, and that's been explicitly mentioned often in this conference. Do you think that if we, to achieve circularity, digitalization in the mineral field would be really vital and would be an incentive to create a demand for, participants in the mining industry to come up with, I would say, metrics, data, and maybe technologies. I don't know if we have the technology necessarily to gather the necessary data we need in the mining sector. Maybe it's somewhere used in other sectors, but in the mining, do you think that would be an incentive so we can achieve circularity? We will come up with metrics, and so we can measure, I would say, starting, for example, the life cycle assessment of a given, for example, cell phones. And we start from there, and we can identify the right metrics and measurements, so we can monitor minerals and the 118 elements they mentioned, so we can come up with the right data.
Okay, I think I got the gist of your question. This is a multi-layered problem, so mainly what I was describing is the difficulty of building data that reflects industry-wide activity, national activity, so that we can understand supply-demand balances and begin to kind of figure out really what we're doing. At the asset level, companies, the major companies anyway, the largest mining enterprises, are starting to collect data that will inform them about their own operations, but that is not public information. That is closely held proprietary data, as you might expect, and they are using that to try to accomplish a number of things. They need to report to their investors and their governments. They're all, if they're publicly traded, they are issuing reports on performance. So what we often think of as either corporate sustainability or ESG reporting or whatever, they have to have the data to support that. We've had, of the largest mining companies, we've had some of them tell us they know everything about their business. They know their supply chains, where materials are going, how waste is getting handled, whether they are recycling internally and managing waste streams internally the right way. So to the point that I think, or the question I think you're raising about circularity at the asset level, for the largest enterprises that have the resources and the capability to do this, yes, they're there. And this concept of digitization in mining, of course, the same thing is happening in the oil business, at the oil field level, at the asset level again. Digitization in mining, the concept of the digital mine, this is well underway. But this is, the mining industry, just like every other industry. You've got the largest publicly traded companies that have the wherewithal and are feeling the pressure to do this and actually can benefit from it, and then you have everybody else. And it's going to be a long time before the smaller enterprises are able to do that. Eventually, enough of that information does start to come together so that you build data, at the national level or at the aggregate level that becomes trustworthy. So to use the US experience again, we could conceivably, if we had a mining industry that was large enough to worry about this, we could conceivably do the same thing for mining operations that we do for oil and gas. The EIA can not compel, but certainly request, and they will comply, data from refineries on operations. So we know what refinery utilizations are, we know what throughput is, we know all of this stuff. We know a lot about how refineries operate, what kind of energy they use, where it's sourced. Eventually, perhaps, we could do the same thing with mining operations. The problem is that the mining industry in the United States is, for all intents and purposes, just not, it's certainly not what it was when I was messing around in the business. And so, you know, our example is not going to work in other locations. Other countries would have to choose to do this in order to be able to trust what's being reported in production, reserves, waste, water use, and other things by other countries. And I don't know how to make that happen. So the answer is at the asset level, yes, the industry is moving in this direction. You know, the largest operators are motivated to be as efficient and to optimize as much as they can. That's certainly happening, but it doesn't really help us with the bigger problem, which is what are we doing that's creating the call on minerals in the first place? What do we actually really require? Where is it going to come from? How do we balance demand from other uses and so on? So it's a very complex, big thing.
Great, thank you very much, Michelle. With that, we are 1 minute past our end time. Thank you very much for coming in and listening into this session. Thanks to IAEE and KAPSARC for organizing this event. Sincere thanks for the speakers for bearing with all my messages and attachments, and thank you very much. This has been a great session. It was a pleasure talking to you all. One key takeaway for all of you, just Google KAPSARC data and tools. It'll land you to the page, you will see it. And this is, again, a journey that just began. We will continue to improve the availability of the data and simulators. With that, thank you very much. You all have a nice evening.